Honourable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as promote you and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the other paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Correct, I will come here to today's meeting. We delayed in a meeting with the fishing community. You know that one can never be easy. The way fishing is hard, even resolving the issues. That's how they are hard. But what I discovered in that meeting was that the main point of contention for now is the conflict between those fishing silverfish and those of Nairo perch, and the fishing methods, the different fishing methods. So we've made progress. We've tried as members. It's an issue we couldn't conclude at once, but we do hope with what we've agreed upon and the meeting we shall have in 2 weeks' time, we shall have registered progress, because it's mainly bringing people on board. I have a petition. I received a petition from Tea Growers, Association of Uganda Tea Growers, and they passed through Honorable Mwatekamwa. So I will vary the order paper to first receive it now. Honorable Mwatekamwa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to present a petition on behalf of Uganda tea farmers to the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, praying for government intervention to deliver tea farmers out of the crisis. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll straight away go to the prayers, because everything is embedded here and I'm going to lay on table. Right Honorable Speaker, among the prayers our farmers are requesting, the first prayer is that fertilizer intervention. Government is requested to subsidize fertilizer for tea growing by 75% in the first session, followed by 50% in the second session, and 25% in the third session for self-sustaining fertilizer financing mechanism. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, another prayer our farmers are requesting for, product quality regulation for value enhancement. Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament is requested to direct UNBS to develop an enforcement tea green leaf standard. This is the most impactful, most practical, and most affordable tea industry government intervention implementable in short-term period. Right Honorable Speaker, the government has been insisting that to get a tea policy, it should go under the Ministry of Agriculture. But for us as tea farmers, we know that UNBS can handle it better since it is doing things to do with quality. So that is our prayer. Right, Honorable Speaker, another prayer is about value chain financing with strategies to reach farmers. We request Parliament to direct Microfinance Support Center to put aside at least 31.5 billion for financing tea growers operations, including fertilizer financing. This will reduce farmers' resilience on processing factories to provide financing for primary production. Another prayer, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, green leaf market access and assurance interventions. Government is requested to rejuvenate interventions aimed at clearing the country's aggregate shortage in processing capacities as earlier evaluated. The farmers are also praying for product diversification. Government is requested to support investments into product diversification and marketing on the new tea products. The most global oversupplied tea segment is CTC or black tea production of. So we are requesting that if government can help us, we start also venturing in what we call orthodox tea or even green tea. Then another prayer, cottage tea processing. The farmers are requesting that when you read that the minimum quality of green tea to justify a single line processing line can be helped by government to support cottage tea processing units to supplement big factories. Cottage units will make new isolated tea growing areas to enter into tea processing with modest investment. So we pray for that, Right Honorable Speaker. Then we're also praying for grants to recover abandoned tea gardens. Government is requested to provide a pruning grant of about 5 billion to support pruning of 30% of tea growers' gardens. Pruning is normal agronomic exercise. Every 3 years, a tea plant. Now that the farmers have no income to conduct pruning, this intervention will help in recovering abandoned tea gardens, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we're also praying for business financing intervention. The tea value chain demands primary processing within 24 hours. Government intervention for tea farmers amid struggling factories will be futility. Many tea factories have their properties threatened by bank loans with few explicitly heading to business foreclosure. An aggregate of at least 126 billion was earmarked for working capital to be availed to factories. Right Honorable Speaker, we're also praying for intervention to reduce the cost of doing business. Tea processing factories' cost of production and sales directly, impacts on green leaf pricing intervention approved by Cabinet to reduce factory costs will directly improve the tea farming business into this industry. So, Right Honorable Speaker, with those prayers, we pray for government's intervention, and Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to table this petition entitled Uganda Tea Farmers Petition to the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, of Republic of Uganda, I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mbwa. This is an issue that affects the whole country, the tea growers across the whole country. I'm going to refer, because from the information I have, issues of tea, it's been trade, Minister of Trade, handling with the government and all that. So I'm going to refer this to the Committee on Trade and Tourism. In case they need support from the Committee on Agriculture, they can always go there, but I'm referring it to the Committee on Trade and Tourism as per Rule 30, and to be processed within 45 days. Within 45 days. Thank you, Honourable Mbwa. Our colleagues will handle matters of national importance after the 2 items which have been pending over time. Next item.
Item 3 on the other paper, motion for reconsideration of the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by HK the President in accordance with Article 91(3)(b) of the Constitution and Rule 140 of the Rules of Procedure.
Thank you. Just before I call the Minister, Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, on the number of times I have raised up here and some of my colleagues on the issue of the Employment Amendment Bill. That law was passed here by Parliament, but up to today we have not heard whether it was signed, returned. We have not gotten any communication. I would like to seek your indulgence to allow us assume under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda that the bill is now a law.
Thank you. I have to first cross-check. It might be in one of those documents still pending in office. And then I start assuming. So we shall give you feedback on Tuesday. I'll cross-check, and then on Tuesday we shall give you feedback on it. Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill on the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by the President be considered. I beg to move.
This is a returned bill, so we need to reconsider. Okay.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, that the bill be reconsidered.
Thank you. Our Hansard will they make all these corrections. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Is the motion seconded by Nambeshe, Adenyo, Ismail, Muzari? Amos, majority of the House. Yes. Minority is seated, majority is standing. So, thank you. No, Minister, this was straightforward. I think we go to the chairperson to present the report, isn't it? Oh, you had anything to say? Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to present a report on the Sectoral Committee on Education and Sports on the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by the President. Mr. Speaker, I have the minutes to lay on table, and here is the report. The introduction. The Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 was tabled for the first reading on the 4th of April 2024, and the bill was referred to the Committee on Education and Sports by the Right Honorable Speaker in accordance with Rule 129(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. On Wednesday, 17th April 2024, Parliament considered and passed the bill. Subsequently, the Clerk of Parliament or Clerk to Parliament transmitted a presentation copy of the bill to HE the President for assent. The President, in accordance with Article 91(3)(b) of the Constitution, returned the bill of Parliament with a request for Parliament to reconsider some provisions of the bill. On Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, 23rd July 2024, in accordance with the Rule 143(1) and 2 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Right Honourable Speaker read the request of the President, and the President to the House and referred the bill to the Committee on Education and Sports for reconsideration. The President's letter addressed to the Speaker, dated 16th July 2024, requested for the reconsideration of the bill on the following grounds. 1, the long title to the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024. His Excellency the President noted that the long title, the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 returned to Parliament, was different from the long title stated under Section 5, Clause 5 of the bill. The long title to the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 reads, I quote, "An act to amend the Higher Education Students Financing Act 2014 to mainstream the functions of the Higher Education Students Financing Board into the ministry responsible for education in order to give effect to the government policy on rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure and for related purposes." I close the quote. The long title in Clause 5 of the bill on subsection of the long title to Act 2 of 2014 Principal Act reads, for the long title to Act 2 of 2014, in this act referred to as the Principal Act, there is substituted the following: that an act to establish a scheme to finance students to pursue higher education in Uganda, and to establish a fund to finance the scheme and to provide for management and administration of the scheme, and a fund by the ministry responsible for education. His Excellency the President proposes that in order to ensure consistency, the two long titles of the Act should be reconciled to provide for the same efforts. 2, transitioning of the current employees of the Higher Education Financing Board. Section 45(6) of the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024, Clause 42(6) of the returned bill, provides that the staff of the Higher Education Students Financing Board may be redeployed to serve in the public service subject to availability of positions. His Excellency the President noted that the provision is irregular because the High Students Financing Board staff were neither appointed in the Education Service Commission in accordance with Article 168(5) of the 1995 Constitution, not appointed in the public service by the Public Service Commission of Article 166(1).
It's a procedure. Honorable Mpuga.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Because we are enacting a law, Right Honourable Speaker, would it be prudent that the chair corrects the section he has read as 45.3.6 instead of 43.6? Because those who read the answer might get us wrong.
Sure, Chairman.
He read it as 45.
Yeah.
We need to have the record provided.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker
Thank
and
you.
Honourable
Thank
Member.
you.
Section 43.6 of the Higher Education Financing Act Bill 2024, clause 42.6 of the returned bill provides that the staff, I think I'd read that, and I moved on to the other paragraph. His Excellency the President noted the provisions is irregular because the Higher Education Students Financing Board staff, I think I'd read that one and I'd gone on to saying that the Constitution not appointed by the Public Service Commission under Article 166(1) of the 1995 Constitution. Now, this means they are not eligible for redeployment in both the education service and the public service as proposed in the above section of the Act. The President, therefore, proposes that Section 43.6 of the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Act 2024 be deleted because it is not applicable to the Higher Education Students Financing Board staff. He further proposed that the staff should be retired and compensated on abolition of the office. Where the staff intend to join either education service or public service and they meet the requirements, they should go through the recruitment process. 2.0, honourable members, the role of a committee in consideration of a bill returned by the President. Article 91(2) of the Constitution imposes an obligation on Parliament to ensure that a bill passed by Parliament is as soon as possible presented to the President for assent. And Clause 3 of Article 91 provides that the President shall within 30 days after a bill is presented to him or her assent to the bill. 2, return the bill to Parliament with a request that the bill or a particular provision of it is reconsidered by Parliament, or notify the Speaker in writing, or refuses to assent to the bill. Now, His Excellency the President returned to Parliament the Higher Education Financing Board Amendment Bill 2024 under Article 91(3) B of the Constitution. So with the request that some provisions be considered by Parliament. So Clause 4 of Article 91 of the Constitution provides that where a bill has been returned to Parliament under Clause 3B of Article 91, as is the case with the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024, Parliament is required to reconsider the bill. And if passed again, it is presented for a second time to the President for assent. Rule 143 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament provides for the procedure for reconsideration of bills returned by the President. Rule 143...
But, Chairman,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
Which cracker wrote all that? Because by the time we assigned you, okay, we knew. Otherwise, we wouldn't have assigned.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We used the rules to assign this to you. So.
Okay, let me go to methodology, Mr. Speaker.
Even methodology. Go to consideration.
Okay. Consideration, Mr. Speaker. The committee has examined the provisions returned for reconsideration by His Excellency the President and hereby reports 4.1, the longer title to the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024, His Excellency the President proposes that the longer title to the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 should be returned, should be reconciled with the longer title under Clause 5 of the bill on substitution of the longer title to Act 2 of 2014, so that they both read the same. The longer title to the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 reads as follows. An act to amend the Higher Education Students Financing Act 2014 to mainstream the functions of the Higher Education Students Financing Board into the ministry responsible for education in order to give effect to the government policy on rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure and for related purposes. On the other hand, Clause 5 of the returned bill reads as follows. Sub 5, substitution of longer title to Act 2 of 2014. For the longer title to Act 2 of 2014, in this act referred to as the Principal Act, there is substituted the following. And this is the substitution. An act to establish a scheme to finance students to pursue higher education in Uganda, to establish a fund to finance the scheme and to provide for the management and administration of the scheme and a fund by the Ministry of Education, the Ministry responsible for education. Committee observation, Mr. Speaker. The committee observed that the two longer titles referred to in the President's letter are distinct from each other because they serve different purposes in legislation. According to Section 3 of the Acts of Parliament, or Parliament Act Cap 1, every Act of Parliament must bear a longer title describing the leading provisions of the Act. So the longer title, the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024, describes the leading provisions of the Amendment Act, while Clause 5 of the bill seeks to replace the longer title to the Higher Education Students Financing Act, Cap 248, the Principal Act. So the amendments in the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 necessitated the amendment of the long title of the Higher Education Students Financing Act, Cap 248, the Principal Act, as reflected in Clause 5 of the bill. Recommendation. The committee recommends that since the two long titles serve different purposes in legislation, they should be maintained as provided in the returned bill. 4.2, transitioning of the current employees of the Higher Education Students Financing Board. His Excellency the President recommends that the deletion of Clause 43.6 of the Higher Education Students Financing Act, Bill 2024, which is indicated in Clause 42.2 of the returned bill, which provides for redeployment of staff of the Higher Education Students Financing Board in the public service, subject to availability of positions. The President noted that the provision is irregular since HESFEB staff were neither appointed in the Education Service Commission nor or in accordance with the Article 168.5 of the 1995 Constitution, nor the Public Service by Public Service Commission under Article 166.1 of the Constitution. The President proposes that staff should be retired and compensated on abolition of office. Committee observation. The committee observes that public officers are appointed in accordance with the Article 172 of the Constitution. So Article 172, 1A of the Constitution provides that the President may, acting in accordance with the advice of the Public Service Commission, Education Service Commission, or the Health Service Commission, as the case may be, to appoint persons to hold or act in office in the public service of Uganda of the rank of head of department or above, other than those referred to in Article 200 of this Constitution, including confirmation of appointments, the exercise of disciplinary control over such persons, and their removal from office. Mr. Speaker, Article 72(1)(b) provides that the Public Service Commission, the Education Service Commission, or the Health Service Commission, as the case may be, may appoint persons to hold or act in an office in the public service of Uganda other than the referred to in paragraph A of this clause and in Article 200 of this Constitution, including the confirmation of the appointments and the exercise of disciplinary control over such persons and their removal. So, Mr. Speaker, Article 175A of the Constitution also defines public office to mean any person holding or acting in an office in the public. 75B, the Constitution defines public service to mean service in any civil capacity of the government, the emoluments for which are payable directly from the consolidated fund or directly out of monies provided by Parliament. So the implication of the above provision is that a public officer and a public service commission and education service commission must have been appointed either by the commission. So the committee further observes that according to section 14(2) of the HESFEB Act Cap 248, the officers and staff of the Higher Education Students Financing Board are appointed by the board on such terms and conditions as the board determines. The committee further observes that by His Excellency the President, the staff of the Higher Education Students Financing Board are not public officers envisaged under Article 172 of the Constitution. The other observation is that the power to appoint under Section 24 of the Interpretation Act, Cap 2, includes the power to reappoint. Therefore, the staff of the Higher Education Students Financing Board are not eligible for redeployment in the education service and public service because they were not deployed under either service. Lastly, the Higher Education Financing Amendment Bill 24, Clause 42(4), provides for payment of terminal benefits to the staff that shall retire pursuant to the amendment of the Higher Education Financing Act, Cap 248. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that Clause 42(6) of the returned Higher Education Students Financing Bill 2024 be deleted, since the staff of the Higher Education Students Financing Board are not public officers envisaged in Section 42(6) of the amendment bill. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee concludes that the House reconsiders the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024, returned by His Excellency the President, subject to the proposed amendments. I beg to report, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a team of councillors from Bihanga Sub-County in Bwenju District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Biraro Ephraim and Honorable Katwes J. Oliver Koyechenga. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. I request you stand up for that. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers from SETA Junior School. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Kiwanuka Abdallah and Honorable Nabukera Hanifa Hussein. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Kindly stand up. Thank you. Honourable members, once again in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a group of boys and girls from Prime View Soccer Academy located in Toro District, in Toro Municipality, Toro District. They are represented by Honorable Ofono Yeri Aporo and Honorable Saro Pendi Acheng. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me also in welcoming them. Kindly stand up. Thank you. Finally, honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Busana Secondary School, located in Kayunga District. They are represented by Honorable Gorobi Amos and Honorable Nantaba Aida Elios. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Colleagues, we are going to open the debate. Attorney General, you've heard the recommendations of the committee, especially with regard to the issue of the two long titles. Maybe if you could first guide on the strong reasoning behind that recommendation to His Excellency.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues. We agree with the position that the committee has made. The issue on amendment, there is a long title for this amendment and there's a long title for the act. Once this amendment is complete, the long title for this amendment will become spent, but the long title for the original act will remain in place. So we agree with the recommendation of the committee.
Thank you. Is that's clear? Because
can you then state it categorically that the president's position was there advised and the committee is right?
No, colleague, that's not how we work here.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The issue is what would happen if one is not there. It's a drafting issue. It's not really a legal issue. It's a drafting issue. It's perfectly fine.
Thank you. Now, I think, honourable colleagues, the issues are very straightforward. Okay. Do we need to debate this? Are there issues for debate? Ababiku, Honourable Ababiku, are there issues for debate?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In my understanding, the issues are for harmonization based on the existing laws and consistency. Therefore, I propose that we go to committee stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's listen to Honourable Mpuga.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the Chair for the report. My curiosity has been aroused by the amendment in which the President asserted the fact that these officers should be given a stipend and exit. We never set the ground rules from the beginning of rationalization, Honourable Speaker. And without ground rules, don't be shocked if this House, in the coming month, will be dealing with unpaid, retired public officers. Will the Attorney General advise if they have internal ground rules that before an entity is absorbed, whoever is exiting moves with their package, such that don't deal with the backlog a year, 5 years after? Because we never set ground rules from the beginning, and this is coming up.
Thank you. Honourable Minister for Public Service, you should.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Mpuga, for raising that issue. However, what is clear is that yes, all those people who are going to be whose services are going to be terminated are going away with their package, and the provision has been made exactly for that. Thank you.
Colleagues, I now put the question that the motion for reconsideration of the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by HE the President, Bills Committee stage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
No. Kindly.
The Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by HE the President, Clause 43.
Chair.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Chairman, sir, the committee had only one proposed amendment to the Higher Education Students Financing National Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President. And this is Clause 42. And according to the committee,
the President returned 43.
I will return to the long title and the... So for the long title, I think
Honorable Chair, you have been called. Okay?
Yes.
The procedure, they've told you Clause 43. Okay? Tell us if there is an amendment and you give a justification and then we move. Okay. The other clauses we shall be calling them.
Okay. So
or if you agree with the President,
the amendment...
Can you read from the report? You don't have that part.
The report was misleading.
In your report, you had put 42, but the clause was 43. The President returned 43, not 42. Yeah.
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Chair, sir, according to the proposed amendment about the long title, the committee has no amendment to make to it. It goes by the first long title. After that, justification.
Honorable Chair, just you can cross over to me. Come this side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your guidance. Clause 43 is amended by repealing subsection of Clause 6.
By deleting.
By deleting. Yeah. Justification is that the staff of the Higher Education Students Financing Board are not eligible for redeployment in the education service or public service because they were not recruited by the education service or public service. I beg to report, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any Honorable Wanaka?
Chair, I wonder from the report, we have 42.
No, we corrected that. It was the President returned 43. Okay. So that was a clerical error.
Yes, because the chair must go on the record that it is 43.
Honorable Samba.
Chair, I'm just uncomfortable with the statement itself that these people are not eligible for redeployment. I find it very unfair that these people have been working with this institution. Now they have no jobs.
Honorable, have you read the reasoning? Are you a member of the committee? Yeah,
I'm not a member of the committee, Mr. Chair.
So,
those members remember me as I was a member the other time.
so have you read the reasoning, Honorable colleague?
Yes, I've read it, but
What was the reasoning?
I want to first hear, Chair, you pick my reasoning, you compare with the reasoning there.
No.
I
Yes,
thought-
because you've just entered. So, and I was watching closely.
I've not just entered, Chair, but it looks
Honorable
like
colleagues,
you don't
I
want
put
to
the
pick
question. I put the question that the clause 43 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay.
Clause
The ayes have
43 as amended.
I put the question that clause 43 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The title.
Chair? Oh, no. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the title, the long title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House respond thereto. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that a Committee of the Whole House that has reconsidered the bill entitled the Higher Education Students Financing in bracket Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by the President and passed it.
Thank you.
Motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable, I think we did it with amendments. Yeah, because we amended.
I repeat it. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House that has reconsidered the bill entitled Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President and passed it with amendment.
Thank you.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Higher Education Student Financing Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President be read the third time and do pass.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Higher Education Students Amendment Act 2022.
Thank you. Chair, congratulations. Honorable Minister, congratulations. I want to thank you, honorable colleagues, for reconsidering this bill. and also the stakeholders who supported us in ensuring that indeed we work on it expeditiously. I now direct the clerk to expeditiously transmit the bill to His Excellency the President for assent pursuant to Rule 143, Rule 8 of our Rules of Procedure. Next item.
Item 4 on the other paper, motion for reconsideration of the National Commission UNESCO Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by HE the President in accordance with Article 91(3)(b) of the Constitution and Rule 43 of the Rules of Procedure.
Is the motion seconded? Oh, Honourable Minister, sorry. I thought she had already.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill on the National Commission for UNESCO Amended Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President be reconsidered. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Yes, Honourable Minister of State for Local Government, Workers, Adenyo, Kwania, Honourable Mutemburi, many members. Honourable Riria Naber, oh, Honourable Court, Dr. Anthony Okuro, yes, Mamawi, thank you. Honourable Chair.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report on the returned bill of the UNESCO bill. I beg to report on the National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by the President. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to give a long introduction. I will just move straight to committee observations. Maybe we need to report that when this bill was returned, the committee still interfaced with the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Public Service, the Honorable Attorney General, and the Uganda National Commission of UNESCO, or for UNESCO. So, consideration of matters that returned by the bill, the committee has examined the provisions returned for consideration by His Excellency the President, and hereby reports. The Amendment Act establishes a department instead of a unit. His Excellency the President noted that Clause 4 of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Act 2024, which re-establishes the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, in bracket UNATCOM, as a department in the Ministry responsible for education, without corporate status, should be deleted because it is contrary to the public service practice. According to the President, it is the role of Cabinet and not Parliament to establish a department in a ministry. Now, during the consideration of the above issue, the Minister of Education and Sports and the Minister of Public Service informed the committee that they were agreeable to establishing the structure of UNATCOM as a unit in the Ministry of Education and Sports. So the committee was further informed by the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO that the commission serves as a liaison agency between UNESCO and the ministries, departments, bodies, institutions, and national experts on the organization's field of competence. 2, it is interministerial and multidisciplinary, as it serves 13 ministries with their departments and over 15 agencies associated with the ministries. The Commission covers 5 programs in the sectors and disciplines of education, natural sciences, social and human sciences, culture, communication, and information. 3 is that the Secretariat of the Islamic Education, Scientific, and Culture Organization, established in 1979 by the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, as a specialized agency whose objectives are to strengthen and promote cooperation among the member states in the field of education, science, culture, and communication. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General, guided by Article 171 of the Constitution, and stated that it provides that subject to the provisions of the Constitution and any other law, the President may, after consultation with the appropriate service commission, establish officers in the public service of the government of Uganda. And in accordance with Article 171 of the Constitution, the general practice is that officers in the public service, including units or departments of government, are established administratively in consultation with the relevant service commissions and with the approval of cabinet. That the establishment of the public officers by law is an exception to the general rule and does not apply to the establishment of the unit to be responsible for UNESCO matters in Uganda. Now, the Attorney General further guided that the proposal of the President should be adopted to delete Clause 4, and the Act shall be administered by the Ministry of Education and Sports as requested by the President. The Attorney General further stated that the Ministry of Public Service shall provide a structure for the Ministry of Education and Sports, setting out a unit to be responsible for UNESCO matters. In establishing the unit, the Ministry of Public Service shall take into consideration the different thematic areas of UNESCO. Committee observation. The committee observed that A, although the President's letter indicated that the Cabinet decided to retain Uganda National Commission for UNESCO as a unit in the Ministry of Education and Sports, the proposal to re-establish Uganda National Commission for UNESCO as a department in the Ministry of Education and Sports was also a decision of Cabinet as reflected in the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Bill 2024 that was approved by Cabinet before presentation to Parliament. B, departments in ministries are generally established administratively with the approval of Cabinet as noted by His Excellency the President. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that Clause 4 that seeks to establish UNATCOM as a department in the ministry responsible for education and sports should be deleted to ensure that the administrative structure of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO is established administratively. 4.2, the Amendment Act continues with the terminology of commission in the longer title. Under the above issue, His Excellency the President raised 2 issues. That the longer title to the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, Amendment Bill 2024, is different from the long title proposed under Clause 5 of the bill. 2, that the continued use of the terminology commission under Clause 5, 14, and 15 is in conflict with the Cabinet decision establishing Uganda National Commission for UNESCO as a unit in the Ministry of Education and Sports. The long title, according to His Excellency, proposes that the long title to the Uganda Commission for UNESCO, Amendment Bill 2024, should be reconciled with the long title under Clause 5 of the bill on substitution of the long title of Act 6 of 2014, Cap 28, so that they both read the same. The long title to the amendment 2024 reads that an act to amend the National Commission for UNESCO, Act 6 of 2014, to remove the corporate status of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO and make ministry responsible for education, the Secretariat for the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, in order to give effect to the government policy of rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure for related purposes. Now, the long title in Clause 5 of the Amendment Act on substitution of the long title to Act 6 of 2014, Cap 28 Principal Act reads that for the long title to Act 6 of 2014, herein, after referred to as the Principal Act, there is substitution the following: an act to provide for the establishment and operation of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, to provide for the objective of the Commission, to provide for the functions of the Commission, and to provide for the Secretariat of the Commission and for related matters. Committee observation. The committee observed that the two long titles referred to in the President's letter are distinct from each other because they serve different purposes in legislation. And according to Section 3 of the Act of Parliament, Parliament Act Cap 1, every act of the Parliament must bear a long title. Mr. Speaker, this one is similar to the other one of the High Financing Board. Recommendation. The committee recommends that since the two long titles serve different purposes in legislation, they should be maintained. The use of the Terminology Commission, His Excellency the President observed, also expressed concern to the use of the Terminology Commission in the amendment bill. So the President referred to Clause 14 of the Commission Bill 2024 on substitution of the heading of Part 3 of the Principal Act, which reads that for the heading of Part 3 of the Principal Act, there is substitution or substituted the following: Part 3, administration of Commission. So he also made reference to Clause 15 of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, Bill 2024, on substitution of Clause 13 of the Principal Act, which reads, for Section 13 of the Principal Act, there is substituted the following: administration of the Act. So the Commission shall be administered by the Ministry responsible for education. So here, His Excellency the President noted that the continued use of the Terminology Commission in Clause 5, 14, and 15 of the Uganda National Commission Amendment Bill 2024 is in conflict with the Cabinet decision establishing UNATCOM as a unit in the Ministry of Education and Sports, and therefore recommended the deletion of the term Commission from the amendment bill wherever it appears. Mr. Speaker, can I go to committee observation? The committee observed as follows: that the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Bill 2024 does not seek to remove the establishment of the commission, that is the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, but rather to remove its corporate status. So to repeal the board of UNATCOM and transfer its administration to the Ministry responsible for education. And Section 2.1 of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, UNESCO Act Cap 28, formerly Section 3.1 of Act 6 of 2014, establishes the Commission, and the provision was never proposed to be amended. So the effect of the amendment is that Uganda National Commission for UNESCO loses its corporate status, repeals the board, and simply retains the name. 2, the Ministry of Education and Sports and the Ministry of Public Service were in agreement that the term UNATCOM is maintained. Section 1 of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Act Cap 28 defines UNATCOM to mean Uganda National Commission for UNESCO. 3, the term commission is an international standard nomenclature or global term used for any structure established for the purpose of cooperating with UNESCO. So the chapter of the National Commissions for UNESCO, which is the governing instrument for all bodies of the member states of UNESCO, has the term National Commission enshrined in its title. 4, the architecture of the National Commission for UNESCO 2022 lists all member states of UNESCO and the names of their respective bodies responsible for UNESCO. And all the listed member states in the document have adopted the use of the terminology commission, regardless of how they were established. On the comparative analysis of several member states, the established bodies responsible for UNESCO within the ministry, the line ministry, still use the terminology commission. Such member states include Guinea, Liberia, Namibia, Mauritania, and the Lao People's Democratic Republic, which established the Lao National Commission for UNESCO organization structure of the Department of International Cooperation in the Ministry of Education and Sport. So those are just examples of the countries that use the terminology. Recommendation: the committee recommends that the terminology commission be maintained in the amendment bill, since it is the globally adopted name of bodies established to handle UNESCO matters, and clause 5, 14, and 15 of the bill should thus maintain the use of the term commission. About staff of the commission, Mr. Speaker, the title of the officer responsible for administration of the mainstreamed entity, His Excellency the President expressed concern about clause 14 of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Bill 2024 on the substitution of the clause 14 of the Principal Act. And clause 16 provides for appointment or designation of an officer responsible for administration of the commission by the ministry responsible for education in consultation with the ministry responsible for public service. And according to His Excellency the President, in reference to Article 158(1) of the Constitution, clause 16 carries a huge financial obligation on the ministry responsible for education's budget, if the officer's salary is higher than the salary to be paid to the mainstream position in the Ministry of Education and Sports. And His Excellency the President proposes that the staff should be retired on the abolition of office or be tasked to reapply to the Education Service Commission if they meet the requirements and if there are vacancies in the Ministry of Education and Sports structure. Committee observation. The committee observed that since the functions of the commission are proposed to be mainstreamed in the ministry responsible for education, all administrative matters connected thereto should be left to the ministry, including the appointment of an officer responsible for administration of the commission in the department of the ministry responsible for education. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that, owing to the proposal to have commission administered by the ministry responsible for education, clause 6 of the bill be deleted. Then, on the matter of other staff of the commission, His Excellency the President proposed that the staff of the commission should be retired on the abolition of the office or to be tasked to apply to the Education Service Commission if they meet requirements and if there are vacancies in the Ministry of Education and Sports. And the Attorney General submitted that since the employees of the Commission fall under the Education Service and not the public service, Section 31(5) of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Act 2024 be amended to provide that the staff of the Commission serving immediately before the commencement of the Act may be eligible to redeployment to serve in the education service and not the public service. Committee observation. The committee observes that public officers are appointed in accordance with Article 172 of the Constitution. And I think the committee, therefore, observes that staff of the Commission are appointed by the Education Service Commission, and according to Article 172 and 75A and B of the Constitution, they are public officers who are eligible for redeployment to serve in the public service. Recommendation: the committee recommends that Clause 31.5 of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, Amendment Act 2024, should be maintained because the staff of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO are eligible for redeployment to serve in the public service. Conclusion: the committee recommends that the House reconsiders the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Bill 2020, Amendment Bill 2024, returned by the President, subject to the proposed amendment. I beg to report, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Anyone with issues for debate? Yes, Honorable Jonathan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the consideration of these RAPEX bills, I did ask a question whether Parliament should actually go deeper into proposing how a department is constituted. And when I listen to the arguments that have been put forward here, I want to ask the Attorney General, what if we had repealed the law, and then Cabinet, the President, and people who sit in Cabinet, sits and establishes a department? Wouldn't it have been a better way to handle that? We repeal, and then since the President says the departments are made, they go and decide who is going to head and who is going to do what. Because the way it is now, it's like we are intermeddling. If that is the arguments that I had very well.
Sure. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The Honourable Member has a valid argument. However, as we stated before, there were certain things we did not want to lose. Certain structural issues like the functions of these entities. Whereas they were in the law, you're probably going back to the start. So you already have UNESCO as a standalone entity. So you want to bring it back to the ministry, but you do not want to lose its functions. So you want to just send it to the ministry with a set of functions. That could have worked, could have been an easier way, but this one may be a quicker way in order to achieve your end result. But like you said, and like the President is saying, certain things like who will be heading the unit, what will they call them, then you create a Secretary General. When you have in your departments you have commissioners and assistant commissioners, it creates the difficulty, and that's what he was trying to say here. And I think, Right Honourable Speaker, that's exactly what he's saying, that leave it to that point where we have the general structure, the general purpose of this unit, but let us deal with the administrative aspects of it. But, Right Honourable Speaker, while I'm here, while I have the floor, I just wanted to comment on something which we will find in many of these RAPEX bills. We have public service with a small p. Now, that public service with a small p includes, and if you look at Article 257 of the Constitution, it includes Education Service Commission, Public Service Commission, Health Service Commission, Judicial Service Commission, the Army, Police, and all those. Those form the public service, which is the small p. Now, when we are dealing with these RAPEX, and when you hear saying that that person was employed by the Education Service Commission, that person cannot necessarily be redeployable in the Public Service Commission with a big P, or in the Health Service Commission, or in the Judicial Service Commission, because that person needs to go through that commission for purposes of recruitment under Article 172. So when you hear us insisting that no, the service needs to be terminated and the person applies to the relevant service, that's the issue. So we have that disparity. When we talk about public service, there's a tendency for us to think that it is everywhere in government. We have public service, which is P, it is a part of the public service, but then you cannot move from the Public Service Commission. You need to be recruited by the Health Service Commission. So that is why you see us saying, no, let the service be terminated, and then the person can reapply to this whichever service in the public service. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Honorable
And I agree with your interpretation. However, most of these particular RAPEX bills were not even housed under those service commissions. Like this particular one, UNESCO, the one we've just passed, higher education. I believe most of these particular bodies had their own independent terms and conditions of service for their employees. Now, the bigger question is, on the termination of their services, are their payments going to be governed by the public service or in respect of their individual independent organizations where they worked? And our money is already allocated to those organizations which we are actually winding up even before the employees have been compensated.
Attorney General. No, he's still here. He will come back.
No, the terminal benefits are paid according to the terms of service as they are now. So if a person had terms of service in an entity which had a board and it had created a salary and etc. for that person, the terminal benefits are paid as per that service. And I thank the Parliament really for this, because we have done meticulous planning for this because of the insistence of Parliament. If you remember when we started this RAPEX, Parliament was insisting on interrogating the certificates of financial implication. And the Parliament was always insistent on knowing, have you provided for the terminal benefits? And I think we have gone through the different committees to show that that has been provided for. In fact, even in the budget that was handled here, there was a specific conversation about that very same issue coming from there. So yes, the Public Service Commission has done meticulous planning for that, and every entity, we've got the monies in the certificates of financial implication.
Honorable Nsamba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Attorney General, I hear you. On termination, I will use the word livelihoods of these people. Would it be not best if in the planning process we thought about transition instead of termination? When REA, Rural Electrification Agency, was it rationalized? Was it abolished? It was taken to the ministry. The staff of that agency transited to that ministry. I am not saying all. Somebody may choose not to go. But the government should be thinking about ensuring that this person has a job tomorrow. Because whether you recruited me using a big P, whether you recruited me using a small p, I'm a Ugandan whose livelihood you must mind about. This business of coming here to say, now this one, we recruited them with this one big, this one is small, education service also. Government must be thinking about these people in terms of, because when you come up with a law to say I am not eligible for redeployment, it's as if you've told those that are going to recruit again that they will not take me in. That's why I was arguing about the other one. It may not look true, but this is my thinking that tomorrow, those people you've said they are not eligible for redeployment, they are not going to be given jobs in those ministries.
From your understanding of the law, because there are perceptions, opinions, but here
Mr. Speaker, I'm not a lawyer.
No, I'm just asking from your understanding.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not coming from the background of the law.
Okay.
I'm coming from the background of a moralist.
Okay.
A person who is thinking about this, because it is going to happen.
So how do we read
Mr. Speaker, this is what I was thinking. This is what I was thinking, Mr. Speaker. Instead of us thinking about, because we are going to meet the same challenges, instead of us thinking about termination, we could be thinking about transition. How do these people, because the functions and the work they've been doing, the ministries need it. And they have the experience. Now the ministry is going to recruit completely new people. So why don't we just think about transition so that these people who have been doing this function from point A go do the same function in another point B. And that was my issue, Mr. Speaker.
I want to come on board with you. I shared with one of the people who are affected. Okay? Where he was, I think he was earning around 17 million. If you say transition to the ministry, he will earn 2.6 million. Okay? So some people are benefiting. Okay? Some people are benefiting because if they had to go to the structure of the ministry, some people are benefiting, others. In fact, most of the experts, my biggest concern is that we are going to lose most of the experts to international bodies, to international agencies, because these people, we spent a lot training them, they've gotten a lot of experience. Now when merger and all that came, they are running away. They are being taken. I don't know what we can do quickly to address this quickly so that we don't lose the expertise.
Mr. Speaker, I have a colleague. We were with him in this parliament. He lost the parliamentary seat, and he was always on the door of the presidency here to be recruited as an RDC. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman was given a job of assistant RDC, and is happy to do that job of assistant RDC. I don't know how much they earn, but from top there, earning as a member of parliament, somebody agrees to work as assistant RDC. That's how bad, Mr. Speaker, the situation can be.
That one wants political power to help him mobilize and come back.
Maybe it is livelihood, Mr. Speaker. And I am sure, Mr. Speaker, if we move the route of transition, let those that choose to go, but those that choose to stay doing their work should be protected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Segona.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Today I have the pain of agreeing with the Attorney General in a number of respects. Yeah, I have the pain of agreeing with Honourable Chiwanuka. First of all,
you always submit from a painful point of view.
First, Mr. Speaker, from the moral perspective of the Honourable Nsamba, the moment we agreed to rationalize, you can only do so in accordance with the law, not morality. Number two, and I agree with the Attorney General that, you see, if people are recruited by different commissions or agencies under specific laws, they cannot simply transit into the mainstream public service. First, it will be illegal. Because the mainstream public service has never recruited them. And it has got a specific procedures. It has got qualifications that are put in place. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, for the colleagues who have been earning more from these agencies, and then they are condemned to earn the 2 million in the mainstream public service. To begin with, again, it's illegal. And those are the same people who will be taking us to court. The question of redeployment, you are redeployed if you were deployed in the first place. If you have never been deployed in the mainstream public service, you cannot be redeployed in the same. You can only be recruited in accordance with the procedures put in place and in accordance with the terms and conditions. What do we learn from this? Two things. First, before we learn, my concern are those people that have been bundled out of office before. They were recruited in the mainstream public service. For example, in the former Ministry of Science and Technology, we have people that the Honorable Muruli Mukasa failed to absorb in the mainstream public service after simply walking in and closing their offices. Those same people you've been talking about, we have trained over the years, are still working on the streets. I think that's what is irregular. And this time I want to thank government with our insistence that they had to do a meticulous job, as the Attorney General conceded. What do we learn from this? In the first place, to advise ourselves properly, addressing our minds to the law, before we take certain actions. In the first place, we are the ones that created these agencies. And some of us were resisting. We were saying you will not have the money. Otherwise, if we take the route of the Honorable Nsamba, we lose of transition. We lose the whole essence. Why we went for rationalization is because we want to maintain a lean government. We want to cut costs. So if you say, just get all of them to walk into the ministry, then you are not rationalizing and you lose the entire essence. Morally, I agree with him. The person who was recruited as RDC, actually deputy RDC and accepted, assistant RDC, not even deputy. That is if some of those titles exist anyway under the law. Those people were recruited. They did not transit. They went, put their CVs before the big employer and said, I'm ready for anything. So they were recruited, they were not redeployed.
Thank you. Honorable Fox Adoy.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, a few minutes ago when we were discussing the higher education financing bill, the Attorney General counseled this House, and in my understanding, in the following terms, that there are matters that they consider macro, and there are matters they consider micro. The matters that fall in the realm of macro matters is legislation, for example, which should be our forte and our focus. And micro matters, the formation of departments, deployment of recruitment and deployment of people into those departments, retiring civil servants, terminal benefits of civil servants. We would be straying into the realm of micromanagement, into an area that is not our constitutional mandate. And it's from that background that I get terribly scared when I listen to the submissions of the Honorable Insaba. You know, matters of morality are very complicated. And I hasten to add, Right Honorable Speaker, I hasten to add that if we work here on a daily basis and legislate only informed by one consideration, morals, we shall make mistakes. We shall perhaps be attempting to create a theocracy, and we shall crash. Right Honorable Speaker, what am I saying? I think the Attorney General has made a very compelling case. I beg to move that we progress.
Thank you. Let's end with workers.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been listening to the arguments since the debates of RAPEX started. And the Honorable Mpuga raised a pertinent question. But my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Public Service, there is a way he answered it. And it was about, yes, you have decided to terminate. Because you can't be forced on. There are two categories of people. There are those ones who are going to move from big amounts of salaries to small ones automatically. Those ones, we shall lose them. They will grow to green pastures. But there are those ones who are saying, we cannot refuse your termination, but how do I go? Termination must be calculated according to the existing law. Now, my question is, are we prepared? And this is what I wanted to get from the Minister of Public Service, that as we move with all these amendments, are these people put on the streets first to keep on checking for their packages, or they are going with their package once and for all? And to me, once that one is done to the workers, I will not have much comment.
Thank you. You wanted, yes, Esther, on the same then, Minister for Public Service, again answers.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, being a member of the Public Service and Local Government Committee, as we are considering the ministerial statement for public service for this running financial year, the Minister of Public Service, at his presentation, showed us a number of gaps and the problem the ministry is facing, that much as the different MDAs are rationalizing, but there is a very big gap of funding. And in our report, when we presented it, it indicates, and as from the ministry's presentation, we had, they indicated that by then, 74.034 billion was required to fully ensure that all compensation matters are catered for. But they only indicated to us that it was 1 billion available, but it was only for the Ministry of Energy. That was only the energy, the Ministry of Energy, for it was okay. But the rest were not. So, Right Honorable Speaker, for the information that has been given, and given that much as our report recommended that Ministry of Finance should avail all the money that was pending, over 72 billion, could we first get that information from Finance? Because during consideration of the budget, that money still was not catered for.
Thank you. Honourable Minister for Public Service.
Right Honourable Speaker and the Honourable Members, I am really impressed by the concern of the members over that issue of severance. I would like to once again reiterate what I said here on the floor when the question was raised, that the money now that is required to terminate or send off our servants and our colleagues is available. And as soon as we have put in place a roadmap of this exercise, especially for the bills that have been assented to, and even including this one, which is going to be passed here and will very quickly be assented to. The roadmap is that, yes, As soon as that is done, these people are going to get their money. If the money was not there, definitely I also want to reiterate what the Attorney General said. We would not have a certificate of financial implications for finance. Finance has agreed. And you realize, yes, there is now some time between when we are considering these bills in those committees up to now. And between then and now, there has been a lot of discussion. And I can assure you, honorable members, right honorable Speaker, that nobody will be condemned to walking on the streets. Let me just clarify. You know, I'm an old man.
But honorable, that's not how we work. You know, you ask from your seat. You don't walk over and you face him in the face and you. He has to hear you, please.
Honorable Speaker.
You know, yesterday we were debating a statement for the elderly, and they said they should be protected.
Thank you very much. I'm an elderly man, and my train of thinking need not be distracted. Let me clarify. I can assure you, right honorable Speaker, that there should be no worry. This money is available, and people are not going to walk away on the streets waiting and knocking at the gates to get their terminal benefits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now put the question that the motion for reconsideration of the National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Bill 2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by HE the President, Bills Committee stage. The Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by HE the President, Clause 4.
Chair.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed amendment to the National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Bill 2024 as returned by HE the President, Clause 4, which talks of re-establishment of Uganda National Commission for UNESCO. We propose that this Clause 4 be deleted. Justification: the establishment of the department or departments in the ministries is generally handled administratively with the approval of Cabinet and not through an Act of Parliament. Therefore, the modalities of where within the Ministry of Education and Sports, the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO will be placed, shall be handled administratively. I beg to move.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that Clause 4 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
Clause 16. Chair, Clause 6 is consequential. I have to first finish the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, on Clause 16, substitution of Section 14 of the Principal Act. Clause 16 is substituted for the following. To repeal of Section 13 of the Principal Act, and Section 13 of the Principal Act is repealed. Justification, Mr. Chairman, having transferred the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO to the Ministry responsible for education, the employees of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, including the Secretary General, will be redeployed administratively. 2, to renumbering of Section 14 as 13 is intended to conform to the numbering of the revised Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Act, CAP 28. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Chair. There are two other issues which were addressed in the President's letter, and that's the issue of the Commission, the use of the word Commission, and the issue of the employees, which the committee did not consider. I beg that we consider the same, Honourable Chair. He had a general comment on the use of the word Commission in sections 5, 14 and 15. In clauses 5, 14 and 15.
So I think if we handle 16, then we can come back and we handle those other issues?
Most obliged.
Okay, thank you. Honourable colleagues, I put a question that Section 16 be repealed as proposed. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
No, we are done. We already first done. No.
Mr. Chairman, on Clause 6, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act, Clause 6 is substituted for the following. The amendment of Section 1 of the Principal Act and Section 1 of the Principal Act is amended by repealing the definition of the words board, chairperson, and the Secretary General. Justification. It is a consequential amendment arising from the repeal to the board of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO and the Office of the Secretary General. 2. The renumbering of Section 2 to Section 1 is intended to conform to the revised Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Act, CAP 28, which took effect on 1st of July 2024 after the revision of the laws of Uganda. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'll first take you back, because you see we've repealed under Clause 16, we've repealed Section 13 of the Principal Act, but then we have not deleted Section 16 of this bill. Okay? So, yes, so I had looked at from an angle of being consequential, but I need to put a question for that, so that is deleted from the bill also. Yes, we repealed, okay? So I put the question for repealing, which was Section 13 of the Principal Act. Now I'm going to put a question that Clause 16 of the bill be deleted. Those in favor say, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Now this cleans it up. We have repealed Section 13 of the Principal Act, but also deleted Section 16 of the bill, so that they don't conflict. Thank you. Yeah, Chair, may you repeat the other one? I was just, on 6. Sorry,
on
taking
6.
you back.
On 6, Mr. Chairman, we said that Clause 6 is substituted for the following. The amendment of Section 1 of the Principal Act, and Section 1 of the Principal Act is amended by repealing the definition of the words board, chairperson, and secretary general. And we gave justification. It is a consequential amendment arising from the repeal of the board of the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO and the office of the secretary general. 2, the renumbering of section 2 to 1 is intended to conform to the revised Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Act, CAP 28, which took effect on 1st July 2024, after the revision of all the laws of Uganda. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, I put the question that clause 6 be substituted as proposed. Those in favour say aye to the contrary nay.
Clause 6 as amended.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The title.
I was asking, I was going to ask Attorney General, that do you think we can handle that issue of the word commission at that time when we are handling the title, or you feel we should handle it on its own? Okay.
Right Honourable Chair, His Excellency the President, when he returned the bill, had an issue with the continued use of the word commission. The committee in its report found that the use of the word commission should be maintained, to which we may not have an objection, but we pray that then commission be defined in the law to mean a unit or such department, unit, or such other structure in Ministry of Education known as Ugandan National Commission for UNESCO. Because his issue was that you keep using the word commission, and the committee has found that commission is an internationally used word for all these agencies, and therefore would like to have an amendment to the definition of commission to address that. And then lastly, Right Honourable Chair, the President also did raise an issue in respect to Section 31(5), which the committee proposed be maintained. However, I'm proposing that an amendment be made to that to address the issue we're addressing. Consequential, yes.
Yes, I think, Honourable colleagues, the Attorney General is saying we amend clause 1, which is interpretation clause. Okay? And I think that won't be in conflict with Rule 143.5 of our rules of procedure, because that's the best place where we can find the interpretation, and we can address the concern of the President with regard to interpretation. So, Attorney General's definition, the one he has put on record, are we colleagues okay with that?
Mr. Chairman, we have no objection because they will have defined it, and we have no problem with that.
Okay. So, honourable colleagues, I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
Attorney General, is it on clause 31?
Yes. 31.5. Right Honourable Speaker, for clause 31.5, it currently reads that the staff of the Commission serving immediately before the commencement of this Act may be redeployed to serve in the public service subject to availability of position. I'm proposing, Right Honourable Chair and colleagues, that this be amended to read: the staff of the Commission serving immediately before the commencement of this Act would be retired on abolition of the office and may apply to serve in the public service subject to availability of position. I beg to submit.
Honourable Jonathan Odo.
Mr. Speaker, I get a contradiction from the guidance, the earlier guidance that the Attorney General gave to us.
Yeah.
I think what the President wanted to deal with is to give the staff an entitlement as a right to transition. So by adding the word again, may, you are taking us back to the same problem. Let the termination be done, and whoever wants to apply, if a job is available, it will be done. So the last part of your amendment is actually going to not to cure anything.
Attorney General, are you okay with that?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Chair. So the clause will then read: the staff of the Commission shall immediately before the commencement of this Act be retired on abolition of office. Full stop. I beg to submit. I agree. Thank you very much, Honourable colleague.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, I put a question that clause 31 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31 as amended.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that clause 31 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The title. The title.
Chair. I put a question that the wrong title stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, to the contrary nay.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. I beg to move.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favour say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report from the Committee of the whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has reconsidered the bill entitled the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Amended Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President and pass it with amendment. I beg to move. I beg to report.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that the report of the whole House be adopted. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Amended Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President be read the third time and do pass. I beg to move.
Honourable colleagues, I put the question the National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Act 2024.
Honourable Minister, honourable members, honourable Chair, congratulations. Thank you so much for passing these two critical bills. I direct the clerk to extract the bill and transmit it for the President for assent. Now, Honourable Attorney General, I haven't checked my records, but Honourable Agnes Kunihira raised a question here on the employment bill. I don't know which was sent long time ago to His Excellency the President. Haven't checked whether you've already sent it back to our office or...
Right Honourable Speaker, please indulge me. I'll need to check on its status and revert back to the House. I really can't say off the cuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon we have students and teachers from Buropa Secondary School located in Bugabura County South, Kamul District. They are represented in Parliament by Honourable Kibadia Henry Morris and Right Honourable Kadaga Rebecca Ritwara. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Attorney General, yesterday, indeed, I requested you to lay on table a confirmation that our law students are going to be admitted to LDC. So kindly, if you could do that, you could just read what is in the rate and then you lay on table.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday I did report that the Law Development Centre had commenced the process of admitting the intake of the 1,643 students who are left out. I beg to lay the notice and the communication sent out by the Director LDC, which reads 25th September 2024. Dear students, parents, guardians and sponsors, subject statement on the admission of pending 1,643 applicants to the post of postgraduate diploma in legal practice, academic year 2024-2025. Following our engagement with government through the Attorney General and other stakeholders, the government has since released funds to cater for the 1,643 applicants that had not received admission letters for the academic year 2024-2025. The admission board has admitted all the above applicants the second intake commencing on 6th January 2025. All applicants will receive notifications regarding their admissions via emails provided to the LDC at the time of the application by 5 p.m. Thursday 26th September 2024. For any inquiries, please contact our admissions office on admissions@ldc.ac.ug. Dr. Pamela Tibikira Kariejira, Director LDC. I beg to lay, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Attorney General, that's one group sorted. Now we have medical interns. I think, you know, the other day when I said I'm not always on social media. I'm not on social media. People say, but you always yes, I have handlers who do that. I want to clarify. But again, they pick out for me a few things which are critical, especially require my attention, and they ensure I get them. Then when Man U wins, I go there to see how Man U players are celebrating. Okay? So I go to look for Man U players, Man U fans, how they are. So I read a little. Because sincerely speaking, social media is usually toxic. And I control what I consume. So it shouldn't be a case for me to say, but I saw they extracted for me some stuff, and I had to pick my phone and check. People saying, you are lying, you're always on social media, you post, you do what? Yes, I control what I see. I can even see someone there are people whose posts I don't open. Okay, so I can decide to do that. So, but Now, yesterday, really many of the medical interns are saying, because most of you are lawyers, you've rushed to handle issues of lawyers. Medical interns. Is there any progress?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I know a lot about the law, very little about medical interns, but from my sitting in cabinet, I know that this matter is being addressed. The biggest challenge that the Ministry of Health was having was the trainee, the instructor. Whereas for lawyers, you can have one instructor instructing 100 students. That was the challenge. But I can tell you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, that that matter is being handled, and we are going to come back here to the House with some good news. But Right Honorable Speaker, I must also say that I also consume a bit of social media. And last night, as I was consuming some social media, I found an obscure Team 20, something had dealt with Manu and they had failed to think, while Arsenal on the other side was doing 5-1. Thank you.
Now, some of you are denied speaking opportunities, you go complaining. You don't know the cause. It's such a issue. Thank you. Now, let's really, I will again check with the Prime Minister, because that issue of interns, we really need also to get a response quickly. The Prime Minister had promised that she's handling, so I'm going to follow up with her to ensure next week they report on it. Okay? Honorable colleagues, I'm looking at our order paper. You know, this is the time for accountability reports. We would want to sort out accountability, because timelines are on our case. Now, I have the issue of Dr. Bwanika, but I was informed much earlier in the morning. That's the issue which is being handled by Doug, and Doug is not here. And we wanted to handle it together with item number 5. So on Tuesday, it's what we shall begin with, okay? So that we have it sorted. Let's handle item number 8. We just had debate. Wanted to have a short debate. Minister for Public Service here. Minister for Local Government is here. Let me start with Soroti.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You know, Parliament is a house of laws, and we respect our laws. And in our time now, although I don't see the Prime Minister, but this is her time, Right Honorable Speaker.
So
Prime Minister's time.
That's what brought you today.
No. If you want me to say something, I can say, because...
No, honorable colleagues, I were around.
Okay.
And now, I'm about to change strategy to put matters of national importance last. Because I have seen many of us come, raise our matters, run away. Okay? And then the next day, you're repeating issues which we saw today. So I'm about to, if it can help, to retain you here. So I will do matters of national importance later. Because the ministers also sometimes come, address matters of national importance and go away. So let's all wait. Yes. Yes, Honorable.
Mine is slightly related, but the main issue is that if we take some time not having the Prime Minister, and she's not sending someone over the matter we've promised now from last week, this week, about the Chitezi update. So could we please know what is the response to that? Assuming the Prime Minister is not here herself, normally she sends, or she can even give us that update through one of the ministers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the Prime Minister sent her apology. She's still in New York. She's the one representing the country at the UN General Assembly. She's speaking a lot of English there. So you should watch, and she's doing a very good job down there in New York. So, but she talked to me today morning, and she explained to me, because the other day they had a meeting which was chaired by the Right Honorable Kadag on the same issue, and even Kitezi, and even on Monday in the cabinet, it's going to be again addressed, Then she will come next week with a full update. They didn't want to come with piecemeal. So she's returning tomorrow, and we shall ensure that they respond. Yeah. No, the Prime Minister can delegate, but once she consults with me and I allow her, okay, then really she has no case. So blame me, not the Prime Minister. And Rob, please defend me. Hey.
Honorable Speaker, you've not given me instructions as counsel to defend you, so I will not defend you. But, Honorable Speaker, I want to suggest to government again that work of this House should not stall. The Prime Minister has got about 3 deputies. The first Deputy Prime Minister, second Deputy Prime Minister, third Deputy Prime Minister. Yesterday we were here, and the Minister for National Guidance sat in for the Prime Minister. I recall a couple of months back, the Prime Minister wrote to your office, the leadership of this House, indicating that always in her absence, the Right Honorable Lukia Nakadama will act as Prime Minister. I don't know if that has changed. My point is, we should not be stalling because the leader of government business is not present. Because, Honorable Speaker, even according to our rules...
Now you've become a hostile counsel. I called upon you to defend.
Because you have not paid consideration. But as the rules do dictate, government business takes precedence. But now we are having a stalling of that. I don't know what your guidance is going to be, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
So that there is no repeat of this situation.
Thank you. In fact, Honorable colleagues, yes, Thursdays we usually dedicate it to members' issues. That's what the rules also, by the way, demand. So, but we try to be flexible. That's why you see, like now, this motion for Honorable Nsababuturo, I ensure that indeed we handle it today, because it's a very critical motion, then the petition and all that. So, but the Prime Minister talked to me. And then she asked me, she said, what do I do? I said, no, Right Honorable, since you've been following up this issue extensively, some of these issues, and on some I know, like we've talked, the meetings are not yet conclusive, okay? Please come next week and handle. So, today, I'll take the break myself. Maybe I guided her wrongly, but it's me who guided her. Okay? Procedure, Honorable Numbers.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have, it is true we have more than one person deputizing first, second, and third Prime Minister. But the point of procedure I want to raise is whether it is not procedural okay for this House to be addressed on what has been trending, mostly in social media, but through a video by the Right Honorable Third Prime Minister Rebecca Kadaga, alleging that people tried to assassinate her twice. Wouldn't it be procedural okay, Right Honorable Speaker, if this House would be briefed about such a grave allegation, and maybe that is one of the problems, the reasons why she's not here. Because I saw her, I saw the video myself, Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Kadaga herself, alleging that people had tried to assassinate her twice. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, the Right Honorable Kadaga is a member of this House. Yes. If she feels this matter should be reported to this House, or to be discussed in this House, she would raise it here. Okay? Okay? Yeah? So, please. The Honorable Nabu Kenya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wanted to get clarification or information from the Attorney General. Last year, when the President met the Directorate of Public Prosecution, he promised that in a short time you'll be tabling the Witness Protection Bill. And I think it's a year now, and we haven't seen it here in Parliament. So I want to know exactly, because most of the organizations, even the prosecutors, they all want to see a law in place. So Attorney General, please, can you inform this Parliament when the government is going to table the Witness Protection Bill? Thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, thank the member for the question. The Witness Protection Bill has been drafted. The cost implication of the Witness Protection Bill was a bit prohibitive, and we are waiting to get guidance on how to proceed with it. So that's the challenge. The cost implication for the Witness Protection Bill was really huge. So that's where we are.
Thank you.
We shall come back to the House and report on that.
Item 8.
Item 8, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Public Service and Local Government on the functionality of district service commissions and city service commissions and personnel management in selected local government districts across northern, eastern, and western region.
Debate begins now. Honorable Babiku, Honorable Nzima, Tochi, Honorable P, Honorable Katsawe, Honorable Ranya, Honorable Nachimwero. Have I mentioned it well? Yes. Honorable Wanika, Honorable Santa. Thank you. Those are enough for this. We got other items.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. My concern is on the non-functionality of some of these commissions in our districts presented in the report. Right Honourable Speaker, the non-functionality affects service delivery because human resource availability is very key. Therefore, I will recommend that Ministry of Local Government ensures that all district local governments have functional district service commissions. To Right Honourable Speaker, there was an issue of corruption where employment of people is dependent on choice of individuals, especially leaders. Right Honourable Speaker, I feel investigations be done, because if people are not recruited on merit and placements are done on favor, that means that the outcome of the services offered are not going to be qualitative. Therefore, those districts mentioned, I feel more investigation be done and decisions be taken based on evidence so that we don't encourage such acts. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to comment on issues where politicians have been mentioned. Right Honourable Speaker, often allegations are made that elected leaders bring their own supporters to positions. And at times, if this is not put with clear evidence, you find that we elected leaders are lumped together. Therefore, I feel where there is no specific mention of the specific leaders, that be deleted and evidence-based information be considered. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Nzima. No, I wrote the list. And we are done. Those who stood up, I noted. And we stopped there. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make comments on 3 areas concerning this report. The issue of non-functional functionality of these public service commissions are issues that there are 3 issues that affect them, among which is also political influence. when you look at some of these people who are appointed as district service commissions, some of them are relatives or agents of some of these politicians, particularly LDC 5 chairpersons. You find that when some people are nominated as the Public Service Commission members, these nominees, if they are not formally supporters of LDC 5 chairpersons, many of them are rejected. And sometimes they cannot pass through. This leads to failure to constitute the District Service Commission. And sometimes when they fail to constitute the District Service Commission, they cannot go ahead to organize interviews. There are very many other, because, Mr. Speaker, sir, for a District Service Commission to function, it must, the composition must be complete. If it is not complete, it may not function. And in that case, they cannot organize interviews. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, some time back we had recommended that maybe Ministry of Public Service should look at a way of recruitment of District Service Commission. It should not be maybe an direct appointment or by the district leadership, because this is subjected to influence. And then the second issue is the issue of facilitation. Many times we talk about corruption, but Mr. Speaker, sir, facilitation of District Service Commission members varies from one district to another. There are cases you find that the allowance of a District Service Commission member can be like 20,000. Some of them come very far from away from the district center. Even sometimes the facilitation cannot be enough to facilitate their transport. Now, in this kind of situation, we would think if the payment could be uniform and paid from the center, in my opinion, this could solve the issue of facilitation. Then the element of nepotism. This is my last point, Mr. Speaker. When you look at most of these districts, the issue of nepotism is very high. In some cases, they can even be wage bill to recruit people. But because there may be no money, I mean, the people feel they should recruit their own relatives. Sometimes they wait for people who are still in institutions. And yet, the wage bill is returned. This affects service delivery. Therefore, for me, I think we need to engage and sensitize the District Service Commission people such that the issue of nepotism can be. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to end here.
Thank you. Chiboga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I belong to the Climate Change Committee and the Natural Resources Committee. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of the District Service Commissions, it is provided for that in case the service commissions are not duly constituted, then they can use the services of the neighboring local government to help them approve and fulfill some of the activities. But Right Honorable Speaker, from the report, it was brought out that I don't know whether districts fear to borrow or it is very expensive to hire or use the services of the neighboring districts. Remember, most of the districts were broken off from the main districts. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is important that officers from the national level advise on which district commissions are fully constituted, such that some districts that are still struggling to fulfill up with their commissions go ahead to borrow the services. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an issue of lack of grievance mechanisms. For example, when the commission takes long to approve, or when they don't approve certain names that have been submitted, and you find that candidates call members of parliament, call RDCs, call wherever, have been denied. The public needs to know where exactly to report in such cases other than the court, because you find that they have nobody to report to. So the grievance mechanisms at local government or at national level concerning the constitution and composition and also executing duties of the commission are concerned. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Those are some of the issues I saw.
Thank you, Dr. Pio.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also like to add my voice on the issue of functionality of District Service Commission. There is failure to function because they don't exist, but there's also issues of failure to function where they exist. And I will just give an example with my district, the issue of acting position. The district engineer is acting. The DHO is acting. The head of procurement is acting. The head of internal audit is acting. The CFO is acting. And some of them have acted more than 8 years. I always say when you've acted for more than 8 years, you're not acting, you're just reacting and not serving the people. And I think it's time the public service comes out very strongly, because our guidelines provide that you can only act for 6 months with an extension for another 6 months itself. There must be clear directives from Ministry of Public Service to make these district service commissions functional. Then lastly is on the issue of transfer of service. Within one district service commission, currently it's not feasible or possible to transfer. You can transfer cows, but you can not transfer a head of a department from one district to another district. I think it is time that we need to revise that and provide so that they can be transferable. Otherwise, we'll continue having challenges in service delivery in this country. Thank you.
Honorable Kaberuka.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I happen to be having roots from local government because I started as a leader at parish level, district level, and now at Parliament. Mr. Speaker.
Now, what next?
We're going to see next. Right Honourable Speaker, we need to be honest when we are talking about the District Service Commission, the performances. We have a lot of enablers that have been deliberately removed by central government to always make local governments, a stepping stone to make sure they get a blame game. And one of them, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has said that some commissioners are paid 20,000, which cannot even make them commute from home to work. So that means that the local government, the decentralization policy was weakened by the central government deliberately to make sure we always get a blame, whom to blame in performance. At first, they first removed the DHOs. They centralized them. They are moving to, they went to cows, they centralized them because they failed to empower local governments. May I request, Mr. Speaker, through you, the Minister of Public Service, the Minister of Local Government is here. Why is it that local governments are not being given commensurate resources to make them operational? For example, when we talk about these chairpersons choosing the campaigners, that is what is happening at the national. What's the picture at the national level? What's the picture at the national level? We need to know that once they are empowered, they can leave out some, issues that would be trivial. But the problem is local governments, Mr. Speaker, don't have even money to make them sit. And can we have a deliberate commitment by the central government to make sure lower service commissions, even land commissions, most of these commissions are not working. They are not working because they don't have commensurate resources. And now that you have even removed the local revenue at the center from local government, you have now put them at the center. They get them in the ensuing year. That one has made them even more difficult for them to operate. So when we are blaming these commissions, we need to be fair because you cannot operate without resources. So what I would request, Mr. Speaker, the government here, the central government, they are now craving for merging, they are craving for resources, they even want to merge local governments. The reason why they are incapacitating them is that they get also, because they want to merge. Tomorrow we are going to see that they even want to merge parliament. I beg that we have a commitment from the
Honorable Court Peter.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, because of the fear of the unknown, most of the district service chairpersons tend to rely on instruction from the appointing authority, who in most cases, and is the case, is the district chairperson. You find that service deliveries at the district levels are questionable because of, as colleagues have said, because of the acting position. Nobody would concentrate, well aware that his position is not sure of. Wage may be there, but for a district service to sit, the chairperson of the district must call the shot. So I would advise that since that is a challenge, the appointment of district service chairperson should come from the center. Should come from the center, from the ministry. Okay? But proposed locally. Okay? Proposed locally, but appointment done by the center, as opposed, because now the names are proposed by the district, which in most cases the district chairman, much as is approved by the council. The names are sent to the ministry and approved at that point. But still the power of appointing them remains at the center. So, Right Honourable Speaker, that needs to be reviewed. Secondly, of all the commission chairperson and the members, it is on the chairperson who is a full-time person and is the only one remunerated. The rest only come in when they are required. And as stated, when they come, the money they spend on transport alone is even more than what they are paid as allowance. So that automatically brings in the elements of corruption when they get an opportunity to ensure that something comes to them because they are not earning enough. So that also needs to be looked into so that we address some of these issues of corruption within the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Santalum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the committee. Mr. Speaker, I have two issues. One, the report made mention of lack of independence of the commission. Mr. Speaker, if we are to see an independent commission and less corrupt, let's deal with the issue of money. If they are not well facilitated in this country of ours, what do we expect? Even in Parliament here, we are independent because we are well facilitated, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the issue. Yes. Mr. Speaker, protect me from Honorable Okupa. Elijah.
I'm protecting you from people who are not independent.
Yes. At least, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution says so. And we swore by this Constitution that we are supposed to remain independent as we transact our business as members of Parliament. So if you have forgotten, the Constitution is there for you. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the report made mention of lack of training / induction. The Minister of Local Government, Public Service is here. Honorable Minister, these people are appointed, they remain in offices and doing a very important role for recruitment of officers in various districts, but they are not inducted. Where is the problem? Because some of the mess that they find themselves in probably is arising out of non-induction. Because these are, in most cases, Mr. Speaker, most of these people are retired civil servants from many and various disciplines. And if they are not inducted, then what do we expect, Mr. Speaker? Then, finally, we are talking about corruption. nepotism, call it tribalism, Mr. Speaker, in local government is serious. I remember in one local government that I don't want to mention, one of the officers was recruited from another region, and he was completely rejected because he was not coming from that locality. So all this goes back to induction that we are missing. I want to thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Katsabe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. The two concepts in management, effectiveness and efficiency. Effectiveness is doing the right thing, and efficiency is doing the right thing right. Now, I've heard one of us saying that the leadership of the committee or the District Service Commission should be transferred or retransferred to the center. No, it can't be this parliament, because it is the same parliament in its own wisdom that felt it prudent and important for the service commission to be based and originated from the district or the districts. So it can't be this parliament. That is a no-go zone. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable colleagues, I want to draw your attention to the membership or the constitution of these committees or commissions. Yes, they are district-based, but we have also to recognize that we have different communities in terms of constituencies. Now, if the chairman is coming from constituency A, it is possible that the membership of their particular committee is going to have a lot of, literally 99% or 100% of members coming from his community. And I think it is up to this parliament to ensure that we take interest in the composition or the constitution. And
okay, conclude.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Our constitution, Mr. Speaker, is crystal clear that when we look at the constitutions or membership of entities, they have to reflect or factor in the element of gender. There are a lot of commissions in this country. There has no membership in terms of gender reflected, no woman. And I don't want to stop at female members. I want to go a step further and add the members from the disability community. We should, as a matter of fact, this parliament, that we add that element or segment of at least 2 women or female members on that committee and at least 1 from the disability community. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister. No, honourable colleagues, when we were starting, I said those who want to submit stand up, okay? No, I didn't. You didn't stand up. No. Yes. No, there are no things of 1 minute, honourable colleagues. We will give, yeah. Did I mention Dr. Wanka? Now, then if I mentioned Doranya, I should allow Bwanika to cancel him out. So, Oranya, Rope has intervened for his people.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister, wait a bit.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I am happy that the Minister in charge of Public Service is here. The roles of the district service is being bogged down by the ministry. Right Honourable Speaker, for the last 3 years, the ministry halted the recruitment of staffs in all the local government. Right Honourable Speaker, when the ministry stopped the recruitment. District service becomes redundant. They have no work. The roles of the district service is to recruit, advertise, do interviews, but when the ministry is stopping them never to recruit, it means we are rendering their services redundant. So the minister should clarify on the recruitment. We have other districts that have very few substantial head of departments. For example, Omoro District Local Government. Omoro District Local Government has only 3 substantial heads of department. The rest are acting. Right, Honorable Speaker, we normally interact with all the district local government. The problem is from the ministry. 2, right, Honorable Speaker, we need to empower local government. Local government are incapacitated in facilitating the sittings of the district service, even the sittings of the local councillors. The law says the local councils should be paid from the locally raised revenue. We have other local government without local revenue. They cannot facilitate the council's sittings. So, Honorable Minister, we need to be very serious on the local government if we are to succeed. If not,
Honorable Wanuka.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, I want to comment on 2 recommendations that were made by the committee. In order to cure corruption within the district service commissions, the answer is in the e-recruitment system. And the public service must expedite on this because it will promote transparency, and it is in the e-recruitment system where we can find the trust. Without that, the way we are working now, corruption will increase, knowing that these people are almost not paid. And then lastly, there is another recommendation they made that is very, very important, that remuneration, there should be monthly remuneration to all the district service commission members. This is very, very important. When we look at what is provided for now, between 18 to 24 million facilitation to a district service commission, it does not provide for remuneration of these very important people who recruit others who are going to benefit. In order to cure, it is important, Right Honorable Speaker, that we provide for them monthly remuneration. I want to submit.
Finally, Honorable Ismail. Then Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on the same point on the functionality of the District Service Commission. Honorable colleagues, we cannot blame the functions of the Service Commission on the appointment authority. The people who confirm the appointment is the Public Service Commission. When you go through the process, the chairman LOC 5 appoints, approved by the council, and confirmed by the Service Commission, the Public Service Commission. So the chairman nominates, the council approves, and then the Public Service Commission confirms, and the onus is on them either to reject or to accept. Therefore, all the failures of the service commissions are from the center, and of which I support validly the point of Honorable Olanya, that on the ban of recruitment, where will the service commission get activities to carry on? I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Local Government. There are not many issues, just use 3 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and members for raising these pertinent issues. Number 1, there is a hidden corrupt person who is not easily identified with pinning evidence, and that is the chairperson LOC 5. And for us to pin people, we must have evidence. People are silent in coming out openly. Even the district members of the commission, some bribe to become. because they know they'll get money from the candidates. So we had risen the same point in cabinet that these people should be interviewed, or we set regional service commissions and we implement e-recruitment. So we are in the struggle. Soon it will come from cabinet to us. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, we are not just silent. When we get reports, we act. Right Honorable Speaker, I think this is my second time to say I personally cancelled 322 positions illegally recruited by the leadership of Ntoroko, which had only 3 members, and the cow signed and put a levy. If you want this job, 5 million, 3 million, and so on. Bring us these cases, we shall investigate and act. Same with Kagadi, same with Kitagwenda, where a human resource had convinced all the teachers to join PDM to become parish chiefs so that they can steal 100 million. So once you report and there is evidence, we can do medicine. I want to confirm that this is true. The chairpersons have a big arm. You can imagine Busia district spent over 2 years without a service commission because he had picked people who were corrupt, and the councillors refused them, and he refused to pick any other. So tell us where the problem is, we shall join hands too. Then we need to improve on our laws to design a very, very strict law that pins the district and city service commissions. I'll give you an example of Fort Portal. They are lamenting. There are people who don't have qualifications. I wrote to the IGG in 2022. To date, nothing is done. They appealed to the Prime Minister. To date, nothing is done. And one of them sent me a message. You started very actively. What happened? What happened? I did my work. Because the anti-corruption state unit is okay charged, he gave charge sheets. But the matter is still lying in the anti-corruption court. And those people are rejoicing. Some have even stood up. They are contesting. So what should we do to the arms of government that delay intentionally to solve problems that are straightforward? We need...
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Public Service and Local Government on the functionality of the District Service Commissions and City Service Commissions and personnel management in selected local government districts across Northern, Eastern and Western region be adopted. Those in favor sign to the container. Ayes have it, Honourable Minister. We need an action taken report as per Rule 220 within 3 months. You'll be updating us. Next item.
Item 9 on the paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to promote, protect and reserve traditional seeds in Uganda.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I don't know why my brother the clerk insisted when you have allowed me. I am concerned and I would apologize to you if I sound like taking you back, but the minister told us there is need to make a law. And we are leaving that statement hanging without the minister telling us what their ministry is doing. And yet she knows we cannot bring that law as private members.
Thank you.
And 2, we have equipped her, 1, to have the technical knowledge, and 2, with the mandate to bring the law. And she has not told us.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, go and bring the law. Thank you. No, you don't need
Most
now to
obliged,
open.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes. Just she has already identified the need. She's going to address it. Item 9.
Item 9. Motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to promote, protect and preserve traditional seeds in Uganda.
Honourable Sababuturo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I move this motion under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. And the motion is, Mr. Speaker, for a resolution of Parliament urging government to promote, protect, and preserve traditional or indigenous seeds in Uganda. Mr. Speaker, sir, whereas Objective 14 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda states that the state shall endeavor to fulfill the fundamental rights of all Ugandans with regards to social justice and economic development. And whereas Objective 22 provides that the state shall, through mass education and other appropriate interventions, take necessary steps to encourage people to grow and store adequate food, establish national food reserves for food security, and encourage and promote proper nutrition in order to build a healthy state. Aware that farmers who traditionally derive their livelihood from planting traditional seeds, which are considered to be more affordable, accessible, taste better, and are better adapted to local conditions, are facing challenges owing to factors that include rapid population growth, low yields, and deliberately designed propaganda, which is orchestrated by local and international promoters of non-traditional seed varieties. Noting that farmers in Uganda are, not by choice, Mr. Speaker, resorting to planting non-traditional seeds, despite their known grave limitations such as expensiveness, unaffordability, and as well as inaccessibility. Advocating that government must ensure that traditional seeds are protected, promoted, and preserved, and are of quality, with a view to defend the independence and sovereignty of Uganda as a nation, popularize nutrition, and ensure food security. Acknowledging that the two primary goals of non-traditional seeds are designed to replace and lead to extinction of traditional seeds, as well as turn African farmers and people into a huge market for non-traditional seeds and pesticides. Concerned that non-traditional seeds which are promoted by multinational seed corporations are planted once, unlike traditional seeds which are preserved and can be planted for as many countless seasons as possible, thus enabling farmers to sell, consume, and keep some of their seeds. Further concerned, Mr. Speaker, that reliance on traditional or non-traditional or non-indigenous seeds will inevitably lead Uganda to becoming fully, painfully, and humiliatingly dependent on multinational seeds corporations, which have patented their seeds, so that local farmers' recourse is to buy the same seeds every planting season. Now, Mr. Speaker, be it resolved by the House that government promotes, protects, and preserves traditional or indigenous seeds for purposes of, among other things, defending our food systems, independence, and survival. 2, government improves through public funding, research, and financial support to farmers the quality of traditional or indigenous seeds. 3, the government encourages farmers through awareness campaigns and educational programs to appreciate and embrace benefits of traditional seeds. 4, Mr. Speaker, government implements policies to protect traditional seeds so that they are not replaced by non-traditional seeds. And 5, ensures availability of quality traditional seeds to farming communities. 6, Mr. Speaker, encourages citizens to establish traditional seed banks. And 7, establishes seed banks and other preservation methods to maintain genetic diversity of traditional seeds. 8, government provides education, resources, and other incentives to farmers who grow and maintain traditional seed varieties. 8, Mr. Speaker, 9, beg your pardon. Government stands up to local and international promoters of non-traditional seeds whose primary goals are to attain universal control of the seed sector by themselves, create a huge market for their seeds and pesticides, as well as cause extinction of traditional seeds. Mr. Speaker, sir, 11 rather. Government should check activities of Eurocentric local research scientists, some of whom are hobnobbing with seed corporations in order to promote the latter's market for their seeds and herbicides. Mr. Speaker, finally, government designates a department in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries to promote, preserve, and protect traditional seeds. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Abturo. Is the motion seconded? Honorable Namboze, she has said the whole house. I think Nachumero, Paparu, Ismail, Adiek, Aogon, Katabazi. Today, Honorable colleagues, it's 15th anniversary, marriage anniversary of Honorable Katabazi. So I want to congratulate him. Cherkut, Tony Ayo, Okiror. Thank you. Oh, I also have to consider the seconders. Emmanuel Rotara, Oranya Gilbert, Chema Sweet, and Wanda Richard. Thank you. Honorable, do you want to use 5 minutes to justify your motion?
Mr. Speaker, sir, seed is life. It is the most vital input in food production, and farmers' seeds are the lifeblood of Uganda's food sovereignty. For centuries, small-scale Ugandan farmers have been the backbone of the nation's agricultural success. Traditional seeds have long played a crucial role in food security, nutrition, and incomes of smallholder farmers in Uganda. Their inherent advantages include heightened resilience to adverse environmental conditions and remarkable medicinal and nutritional properties. These seeds, Mr. Speaker, are core to production and reproduction, which, taken together, guarantee both sovereignty and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, sir, this eminent and crucial role played by traditional or indigenous seeds is under threat from multinational seed corporations, which are behind the ongoing drive to take over worldwide control of the seed sector. These corporations, Mr. Speaker, don't want anyone else to have ownership of the seeds. Their propaganda runs that it is in the interests of local farmers that such ownership would address Uganda's ills, which they say are related to hunger, overpopulation, poverty, and climate change. Mr. Speaker, the blunt truth, though, is that these seed corporations have one main goal in mind, namely to attain for themselves global corporate control of the seed sector, as well as achieve increased production and sale of their synthetic fertilizers and pesticides. By dominating the seed sector, Mr. Speaker, and fertilizers and herbicides, these seed corporations will have a huge market which will qualify them to sell their seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides as monopolists worldwide. Mr. Speaker, once multinational seed corporations have achieved this monopoly control, of the seed sector, fertilizers and pesticides, they then will turn our farmers into a huge market, as well as make them dependent people who will be subjected to excruciating humiliation, exploitation, oppression, suppression, as well as domination to a degree that neither colonialism nor slave trade ever achieved. Successful dispossession of all farmers' traditional seeds would irreparably, irredeemably, permanently, and humiliatingly condemn us to food insecurity and loss of, among other things, seed sovereignty. Monopoly control of seeds by multinational seed corporations would lead to price increases, which would go way, way beyond the ability of most of our farmers. And such control or dominant levels of seed concentration into hands of these corporations would inevitably at some point, Mr. Speaker, threaten political stability of our nations. Seed sovereignty should be our legacy as Africans. Mr. Speaker, Uganda is facing a dangerous challenge, namely a deliberately well-designed extinction plan of traditional seeds. This further poses a multifaceted problem that has profound implications for our agricultural biodiversity, agricultural resilience, and cultural heritage. The demise of the traditional seeds would overlook critical advantages which our farmers already have, such as the fact that traditionally our local farmers plant, they harvest, eat, save, exchange, and sell their produce independent of external interventions. Traditional seeds, Mr. Speaker, once preserved can be planted the following season without a farmer having to go and buy seeds from elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, exclusive reliance on seeds which are supplied by multinational seed corporations would end this self-reliance of our farmers. It would also lead to a dependency syndrome by the latter, since seeds which are owned by multinational seed corporations must be purchased expensively every planting season. To avoid such dependency and other negative outcomes like loss of food security, sovereignty, and dignity by our farmers, government must ensure that traditional seeds are preserved, promoted, and protected. Mr. Speaker, our impeccable call for protection, promotion, and preservation of traditional seeds is premised on several factors. One, a primary goal of multinational seed corporations, which are bidding to control the seed sector worldwide, is to replace traditional seeds with their version of seeds. Two, these seed corporations' main goal is to become sole global suppliers of seed for planting. Three, their aim is to become monopolists and turn our farmers into one big market for their seeds. Four, without our concerted efforts to conserve and promote the use of traditional seeds, Uganda risks losing the rich diversity of our seeds and also invaluable genetic resources, which are essential for a sustainable agriculture and the preservation of its agricultural heritage. 5. In order, Mr. Speaker, to achieve seed hegemony, multinational seed corporations are planning to transition African farmers away from traditional seeds to patented seeds, fossil fuel-based fertilizers, and other inputs which the latter do control. To achieve this, they are seeking to institute legal and financial penalties throughout Africa against African farmers who fail to adopt their patent-protected seeds. They are also using tactics such as intimidation, bribery of our officials, and propaganda in order to gain legitimacy in our part of the world. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, one would not be in his or her right mind to sanction the demise of our own seeds in favor of non-traditional or non-indigenous seeds, over which we have no control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Tara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I arise to second the motion moved by my honorable colleague, the Honorable Nsaba Buturo, urging government to promote, protect, and preserve traditional or indigenous seeds in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, let me begin by saying that by not preserving our indigenous or traditional seeds, we are facing imminent security threat as a country. Our independence is being eroded, and this will render our country susceptible to persistent famine and even starvation of our people. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleague, just imagine a situation where, as a country, we are unable to produce food for our own consumption, where we've got to depend on foreign seeds, patented seeds, for our planting. I want to begin by saying the obvious, that these patented seeds are generally more expensive. They require very special care, including the use of herbicides and fertilizers. But also, most importantly, there is that propaganda that non-traditional seeds are more productive. I want to challenge us to pay keen interest on this matter, in that when we subject non-traditional seeds to the same conditions as our indigenous seeds, their productivity is very, very minimal and disappointing. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, imagine long ago when our people used to harvest and select good varieties of seeds for planting in the next season. That is not anymore with the current trend where we are planting non-traditional seeds. These non-traditional seeds have terminator gene, which means that at every season you have to buy from the outlets and plant, and their products cannot be replanted. So which means our farmers, especially the rural farmers who cannot afford the cost of these seeds, will most of the time miss out in the planting season as they are looking for money to buy the seeds. And ultimately, with the current trend of climate change, you find that our farmers get money late, and by the time they are planting off season, and so you find that there is famine. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, in a number of countries where non-traditional seeds have been adopted, you find that most of the time now they are facing famine. And a typical case is Zimbabwe, where most of the farmers who were given farms started on planting non-traditional seeds, because that is.
Thank you. Honorable Gilbert Oranya.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this motion is very crucial for the betterment of our people. Right Honourable Speaker, our parents used to preserve seeds for the next season. And currently, that traditional way of preserving seeds have disappeared. We used to preserve seeds like maize, simsim, nuts, among others. Currently, wherever our parents, wherever people want to plant, you are conditioned to go and buy from the certain suppliers. Right, Honourable Speaker, this motion shall protect our people. The GMO seeds is taking control of the market in our country. And if you are not careful, Right Honourable Speaker, in 2-3 years to come, Uganda shall not be doing well.
No, but Honorable Ranya, we need to go, see, when we are putting here records, have to be clear that are GMO seeds allowed in Uganda? Are they in Uganda being sold and planted?
Right, Honourable Speaker, we haven't allowed GMOs officially in this country. But the truth of the matter is that those seeds are there. That is why the other time we discussed that government should be strict in controlling what enters within the country. The truth of the matter, on the market, our traditional seeds are now being replaced by the GMO seeds, which is very dangerous for our people. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker.
No, I really, Honourable colleagues, I get concerned. Because you see, in Tennis Parliament where they brought this GMO bill, okay? Honourable Dr. Nsaba Turo, we worked very closely to fail that bill because we knew the dangers of that bill. What we have are improved seeds, but not GMO seeds. Because GMO seeds, the requirement, we have some GMO products in terms of things, what we eat in the supermarkets, biscuits, medicine. But for the seeds, really, that we have improved seeds, but not GMO seeds, because the science required around it. But on organic, maybe yes, our technical person, we have a technical person here.
Right, Honourable, there is a difference between hybrid and genetically modified organism. I hear many times people confuse the GMOs. We don't have GMOs on our markets. Officially, they are not there. What we get, even the seeds we get from Namulonge, which they have been distributing to us now, those are improved, they are hybrid. They are not genetically modified. So there is a difference between the hybrid and the GMOs.
Thank you, Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. As I wind up,
listen, Honourable Samba, I usually give you time, but these days you only stand up on procedure because you know it corners me into giving you. So now I'm not around it. Honourable Ranya,
thank you.
No, today you started.
Right Honourable Speaker, as I wind up, for that matter, we can replace with the improved seeds. But we need to understand more about that. Right Honourable Speaker, looking at the improved seeds, currently the improved seeds requires our farmers to apply so many chemicals for the seeds to perform well. Farmers need to apply fertilizers and others. Yet our traditional seeds used to perform very well without the application of fertilizers. Therefore, it's quite paramount to preserve the traditional seeds than improve seeds.
Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker, I highly second this motion, and I pray that my colleagues should give time to our honourable member so that we enact this into law.
Thank you. Honourable Okro Bosco, Honourable Wanika.
Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, from
no, Wanika, I called him to give information. He wasn't submitting on substantively. It was on a specific topic.
Right Honourable Speaker, from the onset, I want to clearly put it that I rise to support the motion. Honourable colleagues, see, over a period of time, we have moved away from where our starting point was.
Right, Honorable Speaker, when I was growing up, there are those seeds like the granite seeds which we used to have, which could transition from one season, second and third. Even the storage methods, I remember my grandmother in Usuk would pick certain maize cones and hang them in the kitchen where they smoke. That was a preservation method. But you would be able to replant. I know Senior Bwanika is creating a distinction that a hybrid and GMOs are something different. I will undertake a certain find, but I don't think there's a difference there. There is a way these people are passing through this hybrid process. If we have the indigenous which you could replant, why can't we replant the hybrid? That's a fundamental question which we have got to resolve. If we can replant the indigenous, why can't we replant the hybrid? I think we need to move carefully. And another thing, Right Honorable Speaker, which is very clear, I like the submission for the motion. The issue of patenting is very expensive. If the seeds are given to us and these seeds are patented, honorable colleagues, in the legal sense, patenting means for you to utilize those seeds, you have got to acquire the user rights. When somebody wakes up, and those are the seeds which are in our community, and somebody says these are patented seeds, you can no longer plant, we get locked down as a country. All it does, it really stifles us. But I want to thank the move of the motion that this is a very fundamental. Even government and Objective 22 has an obligation to protect and have a healthy state. So members, this is something which shouldn't stay at a level of emotion. This is something where a legislation needs to come in for us to reboost and have our indigenous crops take a center stage. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. And these are the questions the President asked when he was returning the GMO bill. Said, what are you doing about our indigenous seeds? Before you say, Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Right Honorable. It is true, Right Honorable, that we are under the threat of the GMO. We are under serious threat by the GMO syndicates internationally. And there is no question we must preserve our indigenous seeds. That is, we must preserve that. But, Right Honorable, we haven't moved out of the country. We import, I can give an example, we import Boer goats and Savannah goats from South Africa. Those are indigenous goats of South Africa. What South Africa did, they invested in selection. What we are calling indigenous seeds, we must invest in study and selection. They also have the traits for improving, but we need to invest in those studies. It is not only saying that we preserve, no. You invest and select what is the best. When you look, for instance, at the local chicken, there are chicken that lay eggs every day, and they can live for many months, like these ones which are improved. But the country, government must support the researchers so that they can select. If we don't do that, the threats which are in the justification by Honorable Sababutulo will come near to us very, very soon. These GMO seeds, you definitely cannot replant. The hybrid seeds, you may replant, but they are not going to give you the same productivity like the productivity you had originally. Because as you replant, you lose the traits. You lose the traits as you continue replanting. So, Right Honorable, what we need to do as a country, this is a very important motion that we must give attention and priority. If we don't, we are going to be enslaved by the manufacturers, those who have invested in these seeds. And these are multinationals. They are billionaires who have invested. The nation must move faster on this so that we select, we preserve our indigenous seeds for the future and for now. I submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Christine. Then Honorable Kenya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, currently, under our policy provision, we have the Agricultural Seeds and Plant Statute of 1994. And in the UFIN, there is a plan to bring the Plant Varieties Protection Bill and the Biosafety Regulations. And Minister of Justice is also proposing an amendment to the Seed Act of 1994. And the Agricultural Seed and Plant Statute is providing for promotion, regulation, control of breeding, multiplication, marketing, coordination, importation, quality assurance, but they do not provide for protection and promotion of traditional seed varieties and practices. And that is why I thank my colleague for bringing this proposal on table. Right Honorable Speaker, seed is food, and seed defines our culture. And if we are not careful, us being the part of Africa, part of our definition is the seed we have. So if we deal away with our indigenous seed, then we are losing our identity as well. Right Honorable Speaker, we have climate change issues at hand. And when people look at the effects of climate change, they forget that it also affects seed, directly and indirectly. First of all, the performance of seed is affected, but also when the soils are affected, then the quality of seed is also affected. And us as climate change activists, we are saying one of the adaptive mechanisms to the effect of climate change on seed is to use indigenous seed. Because in most cases, they have stood drought, they have stood flooding, they have stood strong winds, and so it is adaptive that we promote the use of indigenous seed. But Right Honorable Speaker, the way we preserve the seed and then the way our people are sensitized on seed management is still very weak. Currently, our farmers don't separate, for example, grain from seed. They just look at a luxuriant maize, yes, and then they choose that to be the seed for the next season. Not every grain is a seed. And so it is very important that the sensitizations to our farmers on how to preserve is shared. Right Honorable Speaker, granaries for food, granaries for seed should be improved at this moment when climate change has affected us. Demonstrations on how to effectively use this seed should be given to our people. Right Honorable Speaker, the reason why we are battling with hybrids, improved varieties, indigenous seeds, is because the performance of the hybrids for a season looks very luxuriant. And people seem to think that they will perform better. But when you go sustainability of the performance of seed, the improved ones are very, very difficult to sustain. They call on regular reviews. You cannot use the same seed for different seasons. And then they have patent, and based on our weak monitoring of the quality, in most cases we allow such seed to come in, and then it adulterates our indigenous seed.
Thank you. Honorable Kenya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the mover of the motion and also second it. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very important motion, and I think the Minister of Agriculture should pick all the discussion and see how to better. Because I would give an example. When we were young, we had so many types of beans in our community. You could see the creeping ones, but today you can't find them, Mr. Speaker. So that poses a question. What are we going to do in like 50 years to come? Because the improved seeds cannot last for long. And the original varieties can last longer, even for more than 50 years. So, Mr. Speaker, if we want to have seed quality assurance, we must go back to the original seeds. We need to have seed banks. There's one place in Uganda called Chiziba, Mr. Speaker. It is a community seed bank. They keep seeds, the original variety, and also those that are improved. They make sure they keep them, they sell them, and also use some to replant. We need to borrow this because the Ministry of Agriculture, the Organization for Biodiversity has been supporting this. The Ministry of Agriculture should make sure that we improve and also keep our original varieties. Because the original varieties will not give a big yield, Mr. Speaker, but the improved ones give bigger yields. So the commercial farmers and also those in business prefer to go for the improved ones, but leave out the original varieties. But that poses a problem, because that means people will prefer the improved ones, then those ones are going to become extinct, totally extinct. And I must assure you that the nutrition content or in those original varieties is better than those that are improved, because usually we are looking at quantity, not quality. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very important, and also we need to go legal and patent our products, because people come here and get our original products, they make new improved, and they patent them as theirs. So we need to, and actually this is not limited to seeds, Mr. Speaker, and also animals. We have animals that can sustain the situation, however hard it is, ticks, the new medicines that are very strong, that are not maybe adulterated, but you find that our local breeds can actually live on even in such condition. But now, with wanting a bigger yield, you find that our local animals are not considered good. We need to patent. We need to own what belongs.
Thank you. Giantonde. Then Honorable Moses. Giantonde.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the mover of this motion. These days, we are used to being given seeds to take to our farmers. Now they are all out crying, they need seeds. Not that they don't know how to store these seeds, but they can't be replanted. They're so-called improved seeds. And these seeds, we see that most of the plants, like the maize, at some extent you have to spray, because these new seeds, the improved seeds, are prone to pests. And because of the poor storage, our people are used to this old kind of storage. And because they store them the way they used to, you find that these seeds are prone to aflatoxins due to the storage. I want us to also interest ourselves in this. We are talking about these seeds, but I always use this Masaka road, and there are some sponges along the road. I use those local sponges, but you can't use a sponge for a week. And yet, with our indigenous seeds, you would maybe have those sponges for some time. So I see everything is really deteriorating.
The sponges are gone.
They are gone. Everything is gone. So I think something needs to be done, as this house, otherwise will not have our indigenous seeds in the future. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion, but with some caution and improvement. There are words which were used, but which have not been included. At least the word of the description of what should be done should include improvement. The seeds need to be improved, ladies and gentlemen, honorable colleagues. So we need to, so our local seeds which we have may be good, but they can do better if they're improved, and we need to allocate a lot of resources.
Please go on, Honorable.
The improvement should be done to support productivity to improve. I'll give you clear examples. Maize itself, which we are having, leave alone this other one, the major hybrids. But if you look at Longe 5, Longe 5 is almost indigenous, and it will continue and give you better yields compared to others. If you look at coffee, I'm sure the coffee which you have, which is doing very well, was just improved. It brings me to the issue. Patenting is not wrong. Patenting actually makes the value of your products be higher. I want to mention that the highest part of the value chain in agriculture are seeds. That's the highest part where you get more money. If we had patented, say, our coffee, the ones we are having, we would get more money and even sell it, only even the seeds. So we need to think of patenting. We need to think of improving the local seeds which we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Etuka, Lilian, Ismat.
Thank you very much,
Brenda.
Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of indigenous seeds is a very serious matter. I want to thank the move of this motion. Right, Honorable Speaker, when we look at the current seeds which are now given to us, we are very soon leading to food colonization. Because from the time we received the seeds from NADS 1, NADS 2, NADS 3 in the West Nile region, you find that the indigenous cassava stocks have disappeared. And now it has caused a lot of food insecurity in the area. Just as our colleagues have said, yes, when I looked at the improved seeds, in fact, they are very close to the GMOs because none of those...
Let's give them at least 2 minutes so that we get as many, okay? Because we are ending at 6. Now I'm seeing... so conclude, Honorable.
Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, it is evident that these improved seeds, and even as a colleague said, even the improved animal species have...
Sorry, I think we need an improved microphone. The indigenous one has... yes, Lilian.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the... Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the mover of this motion. I want to agree that we need to take a stand on restoring our indigenous seeds. Right Honorable Speaker, the improved seeds we have now are actually increasing the level of poverty in our communities because you cannot store them for long. When you harvest maize, within 5 months, there would already be insects, so you cannot keep them. The cassava varieties we used to have in West Nile, you could actually keep cassava for 5 years and in the field, and it would be okay. But now within 1.5 years, the cassava is getting rotten. Right, Honorable Speaker, people have now ignored the storage facilities they had because you cannot keep beans for long, you cannot keep groundnuts for long. Right, Honorable Speaker, these improved seeds, right now, I think of the diseases we have, cancer, which is affecting all ages, and at times I wonder, is it the type of food that we're eating now? So for me, we need to look into this. In West Nile, we used to grow a lot of tobacco, and we're using fertilizer, herbicides. Our soil fertilities are now very low. In this bill, let us look into the issues of restoring our fertility of land and making sure that when we start growing the indigenous seeds, we can have better yields. Thank you.
Dr. Ismat?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. First and foremost, I would like to appreciate Honorable Abedi Bwanika. He was actually my lecturer, and I want to agree with him 100%. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue we are handling at hand is a very serious issue. We are talking about the seeds, and we are aware as scientists it has also moved to animals, and probably in the near future it will even move to human beings. Yeah, we are already crossing human beings. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in order to ensure continuity of these seeds, it's well known that there is a seed bank. Just like in animals, there is a semen bank, and probably in humans, we shall also have a human bank. As a vet who has been on the field for over 20 years, I want to agree with Honorable Abedi Bwanika, my lecturer. When we look at the improved livestock, it is now very clear that survivability depends on a number of factors of those animals. If we get tempted to introduce exotic animals in Uganda here, most of them will die. The reason is that the climatic conditions and other factors don't favor. So in this case, I want to agree with the mover of the motion that preserving our local seeds, the indigenous seeds, is the best way to go. If we run away from them, honestly, we are going to have a disastrous situation in our country.
Brenda Namkota. Oh, yes. Brenda, then Melissa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the mover of the motion. But in my own opinion, Right Honorable Speaker, we shouldn't take this issue lightly, because most of the seeds, or most of the products of these seeds, is what we feed on. Right Honorable Speaker, the challenge we have is that they are very expensive. And you find that if you are to follow the seasons in villages, some farmers end up giving up because the seeds are very expensive. And this is leading to high levels of hunger, especially in times of planting season. Now, like this second season, you'll find that very many people have not replanted because they don't have money. Right Honorable Speaker, these seeds have already affected our soils. This debate was long overdue. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to encourage our farmers or improve the granaries, like one of the colleagues said. Because if there is no proper way of storing this food, people will still cry of hunger. In my district, it is always tough during times of planting season. Right Honorable Speaker, the unfortunate bit of it is that the competition towards the indigenous products out of these seeds and the improved seeds, you find that when you put products on market, these other products they sell, they're on market. So you find that even honorable colleagues, even if you go to a market, you'll look at what looks better than the other. Indigenous is better, but there is a lot of competition anyway. Right Honorable Speaker, it is also a problem to us members. Sometimes you give us seeds here, sometimes you don't. It was worse this year. And we request that Like you see now farmers are crying. And they cry to us. I request that every season you improvise for us so that we support our farmers. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, I was listening attentively. I want to give an example of my area. There is this banana, in our area we call it Kawanda. I don't even know the name, but our locals call it fear. So we should fear it. Is it fear? Is it? Eh? Now, the thing is tasteless. So we thought it had come for food security, but now we only use it for waraji. But also the waraji doesn't taste good, the waraji from it. So the one of sugar cane and what is better? Eh? So even
Right, Honorable, once that plant is put in your banana plantation, there is a way it weakens the indigenous plants. And you find at the end of the day, the plants have already become weaker, and the other one has already colonized the whole plantation. And when you look at the yields again, you find that after like 2 years, it completely goes down, and then you come to square one. So the issue is these improved plants and the seeds, their agenda is to make sure we become dependent on their technology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I was talking about that Kawanda. It can produce for you something the size of Badyomunsi. Just one bunch of. Me, I don't know. I just see very big things. The size, the Kawandas are those ones not performing well. The one performing well produces Badyomunsi size.
I am just seeking clarification from you, Right Honourable.
Yes, sir.
Because when I was outside, they said Kawanda is tasteless. Did you mean Kawanda or Kawanda?
No. We talked of the size, not the taste. Okay? I had heard Honourable Melissa and then the Honourable colleague in the corner. I've forgotten her name. That is okay. Nakasongora and Bunyaruguru. I'm coming like this, Honourable colleagues. I'm coming like this. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for this golden opportunity. I want to join my colleagues to thank the move of this motion because it directly touches our life. Right Honourable Speaker, some of us have lived this long to witness and even affirm to how our predecessors preserved yes, the indigenous seeds. I vividly remember that we will collect the bamba harvest from the garden. After preservations, the best seeds will be selected and wait for the next season. And this will be replanted and still receive a bumper harvest. The farmers, the local farmers who have never gone to school but sustained their life on agriculture would avert the challenge of soil fertility by rotational planting. If this season that this indigenous seed does not do well in this soil, they will change to another crop so that the soil fertility is maintained. Right Honourable Speaker, to add on to that, our local farmers still need a lot to adopt the modern farming systems due to many factors. Like my colleagues have mentioned, it's very expensive even to acquire the improved.
Thank you, Honourable Zawede.
Thank
Honourable
you.
colleagues, I'm trying to see if we can get time for other.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I stand to second the move of the motion, and I want to appreciate him. Right Honourable Speaker, our traditional seeds are really good because they are resilient to different harsh climatic conditions compared to the exotic ones. And most Right Honorable Speaker, our traditional seeds are so good in the way that they are durable. They can easily be kept for some long period compared to the exotic one. The exotic one are always affected by the pests, and our farmers are not good at buying pests in order to maintain the plants. So supporting the motion by encouraging our farmers and calling upon our fellow stakeholders at all levels to please encourage our traditional seeds so that we can preserve, protect, and safeguard the environment. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Kasande. Honorable Chibaju.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also join my colleagues. Thank the mover and support the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, our indigenous seeds, they last longer. They are nutritious and tasty. For example, when you consider our local eggs, our local, not eggs, not real eggs, when you, for example, when you consider our local hens, they give us nutritious and tasty eggs compared to the non-indigenous hens. Right Honorable Speaker, that's why I support the issue of establishing, of coming up with national food reserve in order to ensure the continuity of our local seeds. Right Honorable Speaker, in Genesis chapter 41, verse 48, our ancient Joseph was able to guide and command all Egyptians to collect food that helped them go through 7 years without famine. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I really support the motion. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you can see the people of Rubirizi sent Pastor Grace Kasande Bataringaya. Thank you. Honorable Naomi Chibaju.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I want to first of all to thank Honorable Turo for bringing this debate to the floor of this House. I know he has been passionate about it and corresponding with us even on WhatsApp. But Right Honorable Speaker, I'm also a small farmer in my own right. But what I have observed is our becoming very excited about new things without giving them due consideration. For instance, I have seen people jump onto these harsh avocado plants everywhere. This country has indigenous avocado plants, indigenous, sweet, tastier, and better, in different sizes and shapes. Every household has a plant or so. But people now have moved to harsh avocado plants because we have been told that we shall reap more, get more funds from those avocados. So we stand to lose our original avocados in this country. And once we lose them, we shall lose them forever. So many people have given us advice, and I want to thank the Honorable who explained the difference between the indigenous and GMOs. Because many people think the new plants, are GMOs. I think the message we should take home now is that these are two different things, and they can be treated as such.
Honorable Mamawi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as I second the motion, I want to thank the committee for bringing this out, but there are areas which we must also understand. I expect my senior colleagues to talk about it. Honourable Abed Panika. Right Honourable Speaker, there is a purpose why there is a need for improving the breeds of either animals or crop. And aware, Right Honourable Speaker, you cannot get a new crop when you don't have a parent stock. And the parent stock which we are talking about are the local breeds. You cannot produce new crop when you don't have those local breeds. Therefore, we are saying, yes, we can preserve our local breeds, which we totally agree. But still, there is a need to improve their breeds, which we call the high-yielding ones. Right Honourable Speaker, you gave a very good example here. You just go to Luero here. If you are at Luero, you can ask the ones who are selling bananas, I need the bogoya ya Uganda. Then they give you a local one. When you go and just you buy something which is new, they call it nuts.
Is that a Jumani language? Because no, we have an official language here.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
What did you say?
So, Right Honourable Speaker, all in all, what I'm saying is, as we discuss this, we must not attribute the debate to other agronomic practices, which can be applied selectively. We have areas where even if you don't apply fertilizers, other crops can do well. Therefore, those will not be an issue as far as GMO and local breeds are concerned. Right Honourable Speaker, we have crops which are still at the...
Thank you, Honourable Iruko. Then Honourable Rebiambu. Then Honourable Noah. Honourable Tony.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I really support the motion for the maintenance and protection of our local breeds, for example. I am really very happy that Karamoja is one of the areas that has been dictated by climate to stop some of this extension. But it has affected even our human beings. When you see even the nature of our children, some of them have become like me. My madam is shorter. I am also short, but the child is, I don't know. So
Honourable, you are unaffected. Are you an affected human being?
So, I am just saying, the nature of the food, the nature of the food we are eating, even as you look around us here, there are original people and others who are not, who are modified. However, if you know, food is a time bomb for a country. If a country like Uganda does not protect its food, we are destined to get finished. However, I therefore stand strong to say, let government come in full force, such that it can help us. For us in Karamoja, we also sometimes get these things, but what helps us is that when you bring improved animals like the cows, whatever, they don't take long. They all die. And that's why you see, because they are trying to eradicate the local breeds of whatever we have, we are in it constant akoro or anger. We call it akoro in our language. Because every day you want to put this one, the season comes, it dries. Even the animals, these dairy cows, we are.
Thank you. I hope many people of Karinga are not affected. Honourable Rebiambu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues to support the motion and also contribute on the discussion. I want to say that most of us here, when you're buying some of these products, you go to the market and you ask for the local bananas compared to Kawanda, as Right Honourable Speaker has earlier mentioned. I want members to take a leaf from His Excellency, the President of this country. Most of us have seen him when he is in his farm looking after his indigenous cows. Why do you think he has kept them? Amidst having exotic breeds, having a lot of milk that we get from those cows, he has kept his local breed. For sustainability, for identity of this country, we need to keep our local and indigenous seeds and other animals. Thank you.
Yes. I had, because I picked all people who stood this side, I picked. So my brother Cherangat, we can't go back. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I stand also to support the motion. Right Honourable Speaker, if this country goes ahead to depend on the multinational seed corporations, we are going to become dependent as a country. And Mr. Speaker, when we become dependent as a country, that will mean that those ones with seeds, which entirely will become food, will become our bosses. At the end of the day, this country will come in a situation where they would say that to give you food, give us your resources. And Uganda has a lot of natural resources, and you never know, people might be targeting them. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, biodiversity had come up to support farmers, and they had constructed seed banks in a number of districts. And farmers who are organized started bringing those cereals to the banks. I want to cite an example, Mr. Speaker, in Nakasongola. There is a seed bank, which was opened by General Salim Saleh, and the farmers who are organized brought their seeds there. But when we had an exhibition in Nakasongola, they sold the seeds. They remained with few to plant the next season. Indeed, they planted, but the season was bad. So I think now, as I talk, they have little. I want to empower government to get interested and support those organized groups with their seed banks so that we begin with those ones. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ayotoni. Honorable Diek. Honorable Ayotoni has been buying original breeds from Ankore.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I am an original human being. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking Honorable Dr. Buturu for bringing this issue on table of Parliament formally and giving us opportunity to take a decision on it. I want to start with a sapling that if you do not know where you are going, you should never make a mistake of forgetting where you have come from. Right Honorable Speaker, we don't understand the agenda of the Monsantos and the rest in controlling food through seeds. So I think on promotion, protection, and preservation, let's now take as government to ensure that these indigenous seeds are selected, are multiplied, are banked, and then where possible governments should pattern it on behalf of the citizen, and we have control over them. Whether you want to talk of improvement, go and pick from our bank, our regional and indigenous. You can improve them depending on whatever you want to do with it, but you'll know you can always run back to it. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, God gave us these plants here, and seeds and animals, and they have been almost like medicine to us. But with the improvement, we are losing some of the components in them. So I want to ask that can we now formally come and have a law or policy that will guide on how government would call people to identify whether plants, whether animals, with a good breed on how they look at them, either government.
Thank you, Honorable Diek. Then Honorable Cherukut, Honorable Kabanda.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. I'd like to thank Honourable Buturo for really bringing this on the floor of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm wondering if we can still go back to the original seeds. And I think we are going to start from where we are right now, going backwards. Yes, because we want to preserve the seeds, but we don't have the original seeds anymore. Are they there? The maize that we used to hang in the grass thatch houses, then they may be preserved by the smoke. Yes, yes. If we can still go back there, then we shall be talking sense on the floor of this Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, I wanted to ask Honourable Abed Bwanika, that is it about playing with English? Because we have improved seeds, hybrid, yes, genetically modified. So the hybrids, are they not genetically modified? Because I know with GMOs, these are really organisms, living organisms that are generated from the laboratory. And then they are mixed with other genes of some plants. That's when they become genetically modified. But then when we look at hybrid, we are taking two parent plants, two parent seeds, two different. Then we crossbreed them. Then they become improved seeds. I think I understood you there. I don't know. But really, yes, we have to understand this very well. Now we used to have cassava that could last, like the way one of the colleagues brought forward, for like 5 years, more 5 years. Now we have very many species of cassava.
Thank you, Honourable Cherukul. No, my Honourable Bwanika will respond to you later because you didn't go through me. You said, I want to ask Honourable Bwanika. If it was through me, I would give him space. But now, since it wasn't through me,
much obliged.
So after
right
here,
honorable.
please, you answer the
we
comment.
shall interact more with Abed Bwanika. We are all scientists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to appreciate the mover of this motion. And I want to bring my discussion out from the perspective of when I look at the general level of all the farmers across the country. Most of our farmers are still living below the poverty line. And if they are below the poverty lines, it means the exotic breeds that have been introduced into this country have come in to kill the poor, the peasants in the local districts. They cannot afford the seed. They don't have a penny to buy. It's the reason I stand firmly to support the mover of this motion, that the indigenous seed of both seeds and animals should be retained. When you look at the improved varieties around, many times you may realize that the inputs that are added are always impacting negatively on our lives. People have suffered from cancers, to mention but a few. So it's my firm stand that the indigenous breed be retained. And a very good example, of course, when we look at into these exotic things is, let me talk about chicken. The local chicken, when you go to the market, the local and exotic. When the two are cooked, you realize the difference. And you'll appreciate me that when
Honourable Kawanda. Procedure first. Procedure, Honourable Singoma.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as the Honourable Member was speaking here, I was observing here our rules, Rule 82, and I was wondering under which dress code she follows, I beg to be guided, Honorable Speaker, by you, whether the Honorable Member is... I refer to the Speaker.
You know, Honorable, the dress code of ladies is one of those which are very difficult to... But the rule says for female members, a suit, dress with jacket, blouse and skirt, or blouse and skirt with jacket, decent traditional wear, military attire. So now what is missing is a jacket. Yes. Yeah, thank you. She's... we can accommodate for today, okay? But she has taken note. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Honorable Kavanda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And also I want to thank Honorable Sababuturo for coming up with this idea of protecting our indigenous seeds. But Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to implore this Parliament to understand that these people are very clever. They began with the GMOs. When you defeated them, they now went into improved seeds. They have now, what they have done is only to change the word from GMOs to improved seeds. But these are the same seeds. Right Honorable Speaker, we may be here trying so much to protect our indigenous seeds, but we should also protect our soils. Because what these people are doing is to bring on the market these herbicides. I have consulted Honorable Abedi Wanika, and he said, the more you use these herbicides, the more the soils get affected. Even if you protect the indigenous seeds and you don't protect the soils, still you are going to plant them and they will not germinate. So these people are very clever. You may want to protect the seeds when the soils are not protected and you are doing nothing. So I would like to ask this Parliament, as we protect the seeds, we should also protect the soil. Because what is on the market, Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak now.
Thank you. Honorable Yakatonda. Then Honorable Aogon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then Honorable Katabazi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm quite familiar with the subject at hand. And before I submit, let me dispel the myth that comes with the two understandings, GMO and biotechnology. Biotechnology will just manipulate the genes just slightly to increase yield, shortening the time and resistance. Whereas GMOs, as known in the European countries, they are called Franken foods. Franken foods in that they are distorting the creation of God, which they have been accused for causing cancer, which they have not dispelled, for leading to sterility and contamination of the environment. So all these have not been dispelled. So, Right Honorable Speaker, to bring the point back home, in the 18th century, there was one theory called the malicious. We come up with the malicious theory on food. He said food was growing spontaneously. Population was growing spontaneously, whereas food was growing arithmetically. So that it would reach a time when the population could not support itself, and what would result would be death. So his fellow technocrats advised him that was not possible because there would be technology. So I want to support Honorable Sauturo because this is actually what we call our heritage. And the danger is when we lose independence on food. Even right from the creation, God punished the people to conform by removing food. That's why we came up with theories on conditioning. So, Right Honorable Speaker, what I would like to urge, as we do this, we should strengthen our research. For example, when we strengthen NARO currently is underfunded and understaffed, then we can actually have sufficient food. Speaker, if I could do.
Thank you. Honorable Algon.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. If we do not protect our soils from these GMOs and the so-called biotechnology seeds, one day the soil that we have in Uganda will be favorable only for construction and not agriculture. And therefore, it is very, very pertinent. This is a hearty matter that we must take so seriously, Right Honorable Speaker. Number two, these days we lose market because we cannot preserve whatever we have got when we have a bumper harvest. 6 months, everything is gone. The prices are low, you cannot wait until the prices are up. Therefore, this is a matter which is not only of Ugandans, but East Africa and Africa as a continent, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to front to this House that we must put a ban on the importation, promotion, multiplication, and everything to deal with GMOs. If we do that, then we are safe. If we don't do that, then we are doomed. One day, God will raise a point of procedure and point of order on us for not preserving His will. The indigenous food is the will of God, and we must preserve it. That one we must do it, Right Honorable Speaker. This House needs to pass a policy and a law that preserves the indigenous seed. Come to Kumi, taste the chicken that we roast there, and then compare to yours from this end, this one of Namaojolo. Then you tell me the difference. You go and get this fish here from the fishy pond and compare to the one of Lake Victoria, and then you see the difference. Right Honorable Speaker, you'll come back and agree with me. Then you say, let us second the motion. This motion is for seconding, and everybody of us must support it. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Katavazi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like first of all to join my colleagues in thanking the mover and the technical people who have guided us through this. I think Honorable Nsavabutulo, if you are to be a seed, you would be an indigenous one. The point I want to raise with this, you see, I think this contradiction we are having between hybrid and GMO, whenever you see what has been produced not being able to reproduce, I think some of you, most of you have tested the oranges that don't have seeds in them. That means you can never get a copy of that orange again. So, and now the other bit is the mathematical. Because food is one of our necessities. We have 3 basic necessities: food, shelter, and clothing. Now, food is one of the ways. If you have food, that is the first step to being wealthy, to having at least attaining the minimal wealth. But now today, when you buy seeds, let's say at 20,000 a kilo or 10,000, let's say maize seeds, when you are to sell, you will sell at a kilo at 500 shillings. So mathematically, economically, the farmers would be suffering. You need to sell 40 kilos in order to claim the money you used for just one kilo of seeds. So this
Thank you. Honorable Nabukera, then Honorable Namboze.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to support the motion, and I don't want to divert. I want to re-emphasize that we need storage systems and preservations of our traditional seeds. That one I agree. But at the same time, we also have to preserve our soils, because originally the soils that we had before
are not the soils that we have of late. That's why we have resorted to bringing in fertilizers such that we can have our crops or our plants be on the standards that we want. But that one also comes out as economy. The economy as it is. People want faster things. What I mean is you plant because you want your plant to grow in about 3 months, then you'll opt for fertilizers, and yet those fertilizers that are in our country here, some of them are not of standards to the soils or that can bring the quality of the food that we want to get out of that. So I still remain and then support that we should preserve the soils, we should preserve the traditional seeds, and then to see that we get better output of our seeds. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Namboze.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the mover of this motion and the seconders. Right Honorable Speaker, what we are handling here is bigger than any of us can imagine right now, because it is an international trend which, in my opinion, seeks to enslave Africa forever. Food security, Right Honorable Speaker, and the insecurity that comes with buying seeds every season is, in my opinion, worse than slave trade. Mr. Speaker, sir, the GMOs and their sisters, the improved seeds, are meant to enslave our people to be regular buyers of seeds every season. But when they talk about the issue of improvement, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to ask where the word improvement comes from. What is improvement when you have a seed that you grow in one season and you cannot use to replant? What is improvement in that? What is improvement in producing crops that are tasteless and therefore fetches very little for the farmers? What improvement is there when you are growing seeds that are prone to pests and you have to spray constantly using expensive chemicals? And what improvement is there when you are planting seeds that need fertilizers every other day, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the improvement that they are talking about has just been planted into our people's heads. There is nothing like improvement in these seeds.
Honorable Singoma, Honorable Cooper.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think I need protection from the PLU man, the names of Kabanda. You know, now they don't have much work now. They don't have much work, so they're only doing gossiping around. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, Elder Buturo, for a very good resolution presented, and I think it's better late than never. This should have come yesterday. Very, very important motion, and we all think that this can take us far in terms of addressing this problem. However, Right Honorable Speaker, my concern was that I didn't hear much on the means of mitigating the problem being faced by by our traditional seeds, because there are many factors which militate against the survival of our traditional seeds. If we can see where we have come from and where we are going, it really means that we needed to rise to the occasion. We needed to run where we've been walking to ensure that we protect our traditional seeds. And I would be happier to see the measures which we are going to put in place to ensure that our seeds are safe, that we can keep them on a sustainable basis, other than this, other than the straight.
Honorable Cooper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want only to propose an amendment to the motion, because the motion has limited us to the crops. I want to move that that we amend the motion to include the indigenous animal species, bird species, to be included in that motion. If it's okay, like members have proposed, then let it be. But we won't have it all encompassing. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, you have seen how His Excellency is promoting the Ankole cow. We have just found a cow going to South Africa. If we had patented it, we should be regulating how to control. The indigenous cows in Karamoja and Teso have very tasty meat. How do we preserve it? The chicken from Teso, Lango, Kanungu, in Kasese, in Sebe, West Nile, all this. So that's why I'm proposing, Right Honorable Speaker, that we amend the motion to bring that all on board. Because failure to do that, then other people will take advantage of us. You'll find tomorrow South Africa patenting the Ankole cow, yet it originated from here. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I move that the motion is amended. If the move of the motion agrees and members, that we amend it to include those items. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Cooper, when I'm putting a question, okay, I will capture all of them under that. Honorable Ebwaru, then Aol and Aguti.
Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very, very important motion. But what we are doing here, we are collecting views from members of Parliament. And then we are simply urging government. This motion comes to urge government. So government will come in either to accept it or not. My humble view, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the House, that may it please you and then the House, that this motion is referred to a relevant committee of Parliament, so that we invite various stakeholders for a hearing in that committee. Let the committee now come with a comprehensive report to this Parliament. That is my view, number one. Number two, I would request my brother, my father, the Honorable Saba Buturo, that you could come back here with a substantive bill, so that now we make it into law. Because this one, we are simply urging government. They will either come and implement it or not. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Now, Honorable colleague, that's not how we process motions. It would be out of procedure. Okay. Yes. Motions are processed here. That's number. Number two, the reason for urging is because it has a financial implication. So we are limited by Article 93 of the Constitution. But we want to hear from government. Because on several occasions, sometimes we've had motions where we urge government, and government has come in to take action. So let's be cautious to remain within the limits of the law. Let me first allow members really, with the little time we have, the debate.
Thank you, Right
Yes,
Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to second this motion in totality. Thank you, Honorable Buturu, for this motion. One thing is, it's not good to be a dependent all the time. So with these improved seeds that we buy, it has always made us to be very dependent. Year in, year out, you have to wait. And that is even how our people, our farmers, if we talk about seeds, really put pressure on us for seeds. And we come here, we also put pressure on Ministry of Agriculture. But if we were preserving our own seed the way our people used to do, we would not be suffering like this. Secondly, for the soil, at least even our forefather, our grandparents knew how to say this time is cereal here, next time is legumes. We know that legumes would fix nitrogen into the soil, so that at least the fertility of the soil is not depleted, it's continuous. But now, because of this improve and also maybe genetically modify, we continue now to use the same field for maize, because we put there these chemicals or fertilizers. We used to have to use cow dung for fertilizer. Not.
Thank you, Honorable Guti.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the mover of this motion. This one is really touching the heart of our farmers. They've been suffering about the improved seeds. And for example, they buy improved seeds at a very high price. And when it comes to the time of selling, the prices are always reduced. For example, farmers buy sunflower seeds very expensively and maize seeds very expensively. And some maize seeds are imported. And sometimes people who do business, when they try again to export, they tell them that our product is of low quality, yet it is improved seeds. So I really support this motion that we should go back to our traditional seeds so that we maintain our prices and protect our farmers. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Soroti, Kwanya, Mukono, Irira, Amorata, Namaingo, Kasese, Youth, and you conclude with these ones. But Shemonges has been here. He has been here. No. Oh, no. That side we left. Any side we left, we've already finished. Yeah. So we shall take.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Maybe to correct, I am not for Soroti, but I am for Gweri in Soroti district.
No, honorable colleagues, I usually call a district when you want.
Thank you.
But I know your name.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the floor of Parliament, we have been receiving reports from very many districts about famine. It is out of this improved seeds that has caused us to have famine in our districts. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at in my sub-county, in my district, you find that there is improved mangoes. A mango that is big like my head. Then you wonder, what is this? It is big like my head. And you try to cut it, much as it has been sprayed. Try to cut it, you find the insects inside it. Now you ask yourself, what is the problem?
Is your head
the worms? No, I am just giving us an example. I didn't want to pick somebody here as an example, but I was just giving us as an example. So you find that even when you get that mango there, you fear even to eat it. For me, sometimes I fear when I get a very big mango, I just leave it. Even when you go to this avocado, you find a very abnormal avocado. Then you ask yourself, what is this? So for me, I support the motion 100%, and it has even delayed.
Thank you. Auma.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to support the motion.
Honorable Choma, go and sit the side of NRM kindly. It's not free sitting.
And also appreciate the move of the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, agriculture is the backbone of this country. And highest percentage, over 80%,
of our people out there, farmers. When we were growing up, Right Honorable Speaker, we used to have seeds. We used to have maize seeds that was yellow in color. I remember it so well. Though I don't support it, but I remember it. There was a seed that was yellow in color. It was very sweet, very nutritious. I'm not meaning the NRM, but I'm meaning the seed, the real seed that I used to know when I was growing up. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk of the improved seed, I'm a farmer myself. The improved seed that we have, for example, we have Longe 10. We have 777 that are mostly planted in Lango sub-region. And Triple A also. The seeds that we have are very expensive. Like the one I've mentioned. Only 1 kilogram of a seed, of a maize seed, is 20,000. How do you expect a local farmer in my district to buy such a maize? How do you expect a local farmer throughout this country to buy? Now, assuming a farmer has like 20 acres of land, that is roughly
Thank you, Honorable Grania. Honorable colleagues, I said in this debate I'm not having procedure. I just want to conclude.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also would like to join the members to appreciate the mover of this motion, Honorable Nsababuturo, because this motion, Right Honorable Speaker, is long overdue. We needed it like the other day. Right Honorable Speaker, the main concern is about cheating the farmers back home, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the so-called hybrid seeds that we have, some of them are not even hybrid in any way. They only get color the seeds and sell to the farmers very expensively. Yet when it comes to selling, the produce that they put out, Right Honorable Speaker, is as cheap as buying 10 kilograms can only buy a kilo of the same. Right Honorable Speaker, going back those days, Right Honorable Speaker, we used to use the same seeds. We would actually produce whatever would produce, sort the seeds, and then get the very seeds and replant as many times as we could, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, what we are calling improvement as of now is what Honorable Otala, one of the seconders, mentioned, that they put a terminator gene that can only allow the seeds to be planted, to be viable for only one season, Right Honorable Speaker. I believe with science anything is possible. If we talk about improvement, I think government would better come out to regulate this. If we want to improve them or to make them hybrid, we should put in a trait of viability over long periods, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you and I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Kayondo, then Honorable Chirabo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one person in the Bible called Esau sold his birthrights to Jacob because of food. The man was hungry, and then he sold his birthrights because he wanted food. Whoever is agitating for us to become slaves with our food security wants our rights. We have so many rights here as Ugandans, and whoever is agitating, I see people talking about improvement. That is changing names. Anything to do with hybrid, you are changing the genetic formation of a seed. You are changing the genetic, that is genetically modifying a seed. So there's nothing like it's a hybrid, it is an improved crop, and what have it is genetically modifying a seed. Honorable Speaker, I agree with the member who was talking about not stopping on seeds. We who come from the lake, Honorable Speaker, the Nairo patch we used to eat, and the whole village would know that this family really ate fish. It's no longer there. Today, it no longer smells. We miss it. Today, you can take Nairo patch, and not even your neighbor realizes that you've taken Nairo patch. So we have lost everything. Finally, Honorable Speaker, preserving indigenous seeds requires discipline. indigenous seeds thrive in indigenous soils, and indigenous seeds do better with indigenous pests. If you do away with any of the two, if you bring in the improved seeds, you are going to have the improved pests. Improved pests, those are the mutated pests. And the mutated pests cannot allow the indigenous seeds to survive because they will not be resistant to them. So therefore...
Thank you. Honorable, I can see today you didn't eat fish.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also raised to support the motion, and I know most of us here have spoken about the motion and the benefits of preserving, promoting, and protecting our indigenous seeds. Not only seeds, but also animals. Right Honorable Speaker, besides protecting the farmers' rights and also that our indigenous seeds hold medicinal value, which benefits our health, and also that it decreases reliance on external seeds, on external seed source, there is a point that we've not all talked about. As I was seated here, I noticed that protecting and preserving our indigenous seeds fosters intergenerational knowledge transfer. There is a lot I've learned from our seniors, from senior...
Not a single, at least.
So many seniors have spoken anyway, and I want us to really protect these seeds and animals so that even the future generation benefits from them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Auma Linda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I join my colleagues in supporting the motion. Right Honorable, as my colleagues were speaking, I was trying to think and diagnose where is the problem. Right Honorable, we are having a problem because we over-advocated for commercial agriculture, whereby we have moved from thinking about our health to getting money. And these hybrid promotional companies coming with their varieties of seeds are coming using that strategy of high yield and using it as a bait for our people to embrace these GMO seeds with a mission for our people to get more money. But it's becoming complicated. Right around last year, in my area, my farmers came to me that they cannot afford the maize seeds in Lira, because 10 kgs they were selling at 200,000. So they brought their money that I should go in the container village to buy for them seeds and take when I'm going back home. Yet I went to their garden, we tried to calculate. An acre, you'll get 500,000. But you've bought the seeds at 200,000. What about labor and other things? So it's making our people to be more poorer. I think this parliament, we should resolve, one, how are we going to go back to our indigenous seeds? There are areas, these people from the West.
Thank you. As Chair Committee on Agriculture, you will scale up this matter. Honorable Member, ensure it's given serious attention at committee level.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Makoa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I also want to take this chance to appreciate the mover of the motion and the seconders. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda is known for practicing agriculture. And also, when you want to preserve humanity, you must think of food, you have to think about food security. Today, as we speak in our country, we have different districts suffering from famine, simply because we've been reluctant and we've not looked at how we can secure our people with food. When you want to make someone die a poor person, take away food, because every penny they get, they will be buying food. So I think it is high time that as leaders of this nation, we take a stand to preserve our original seeds so that at least we can preserve humanity. Right, Honorable Speaker? For the first time, I saw the matoke with the seeds inside, the so-called nuts, the ones you were describing as the huge ones. When you cut it, you find the seeds, and it is very tasteless. So you wonder, even when you give to your chicken or your pigs, they can't also enjoy because the thing has no food nutrients. We are what we are because of the nutrients in these foods. So when we play around with the food security and the nutritious foods, then we shall be endangering our people. I also support the mover that we should strictly preserve our indigenous seeds and the animals so that we can have a healthy population. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. And I agree with my colleagues that the importance of indigenous seeds cannot be underscored. Right Honorable, I just have two issues, and my sister had already hinted to that. Colleagues, I want to interest you to the National Seed Policy of 2018, which was passed, I guess, by this House. The motivation in that policy is basically profit, competition, incomes, and wealth creation. And I've scanned through, I don't see much. There is actually very limited, if it's there, on the promotion of these indigenous seeds. Now, if we are dealing with people, unfortunately, I don't see my colleagues of Ministry of Agriculture. Neither do I see the technical team. We seem to be talking to us, which is okay. I hope they can take note of it. I fear that the benefits that our indigenous seeds bring to play, like the biodiversity, the continuity of the species, which thrive in our ecosystem then, and I'm sure it can still thrive now. But we forgot that knowledge, and I thank my youth MP that for some of us who have lived around, it was very rare to find a country, Uganda, having famine, except in 1980, when I remember yellow posho. But since then, growing up, there was no famine. But now you hear, even in my district, we buried some old people, I think.
Honorable Watkins.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also join in supporting the motion. But my only predicament is the science. There's a lot of science. But I don't hear the science coming from all of us right here. All I'm getting, the feedback, is geography, history, SST. Let me give you the science. Here is the science now. Mr. Speaker, sir, what we're trying, and some colleagues' submissions, border on fear, mongering, and exaggerations. Because even when we try to demonize the corporations, look at your medicines in terms of vaccine. It's the scientists that went to the labs that we demonize in this house, and the very reason why we exist. And I want to tell everybody in here that if the improvement, especially science, was extracted from what we're submitting, you would literally maybe call upon darkness in this room. Because even what you're putting on, there is some improvement. That's the reason why you're not putting on the back cloth. Now, I would rather, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I'm somebody that believes entirely in evidence, facts, information, science, and data. I don't believe anybody that comes up here and you're not going to make any citation of an international journal. And even when you talk about an international journal, I'm interested in who the authors of the paper or any.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Nen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also rise to join colleagues in supporting the motion brought by a very senior colleague. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda as a country for over a century has been known as the food basket of East Africa or the Great Lakes region. Most of our farmers would be assured that they would plant and then harvest, sell some and use some at home. The emergency of aflatoxin in our export can be attributed to the issue of the biotech, this kind of seeds that our farmers are now having. All along, there was nothing like aflatoxin. Uganda was harvesting and exporting food. It is until the issue of biotech in our seedlings that we are now planting that has affected us as a country. And so I want to join colleagues to demand for preservation of our original seedlings so that we protect our country for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Lop, and then Leader of Government Business.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I fully associate myself with the motion, and I think this is one of the motions that you have rightfully given it justice by allowing many members of parliament to submit on. Having followed the debate and submissions of some of the experts here, I want to invite the attention of government, especially the National Security Council, to take this matter as something they can discuss, because this is a security threat now to the sovereignty of a country like Uganda. Nowadays, wars are fought in different ways. The traditional ways of attacking has subsided a bit. People are using technology, people are using food and etc. to bring countries down. So this is a subject matter that they can discuss and plan ahead of time. I had the opportunity before I came to Parliament to visit one of the countries in Europe, and I found that they had kept each and every variety of our traditional seeds, from the black beans, each and every, and it's a huge farm. And their plan is after, I think, 40, 50, 60 years, after wiping, we shall now be buying from them very expensively. Most of you who have traveled, you realize that if you look for our traditional foods in their stores, they are costing 10 times the amount of the other ones. So this is an international commercial syndicate. You can clearly see that at some point, we are going to be enslaved and we shall be buying from them very expensively. So I want to invite that, since government has some capacity, the Uganda prisons force 32nd. The UPDF, I think through the veterans and the Uganda Prison Services, they have farms all over. One way they can easily produce this is to dedicate some acreage and now start producing multiplying our traditional seeds, so that at some point it can be rolled out. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Hope. Government.
Mr. Speaker, government believes that all of us have a moral duty to protect, preserve, and promote our traditional seeds, animals, because of strategic reasons. And I want to mention two, among others, because of time. One, our population is growing. For example, in Uganda, by 2050, Ugandans, we shall be 100 million. In 2050, Africa, we shall be 2.5 billion from 1.2 billion. What will the population then be feeding on? Will it be safe food? Will it guarantee their health? So we believe, Mr. Speaker, in science, but science without ethics can be dangerous to our human race. We need to calm down the fears of Reverend Malthus in 1978, who published a theory that the population was growing geometrically while the food supply was doing at arithmetic. The second point, Mr. Speaker, is that climate is changing. And there is a lot of evidence, in fact abundant evidence, that traditional seeds and animals can have a higher propensity to survive than the modified seeds and animals. So as a way forward, we have had a motion of Honorable Sababutur, and on behalf of government, I want to say that we support the motion. And as a way forward, to answer a number of questions that continue to linger in people's minds, is modified, the same as improved. Do we have a seed bank? Do we have a policy on the things that we're importing? I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that as we speak now, we're importing wheat worth 600 billion Uganda shillings. Is this wheat we are importing organic or GMO? Africa alone is importing food, basic food, wheat and maize, $50 billion US. Is this food organic or not organic? To answer those questions, Cabinet directed the Minister of Agriculture to review all the policies that we have in place and make sure that we come up with a revised policy that answers these issues that we're talking about, have a seed bank, have issues to do definition of improved seedlings, GMOs, and above all, Mr. Speaker, you know that in the 10th Parliament, I have been standing with you and Honorable Sababuturo, so I stand here with really a lot of encouragement to you members that the issues that we have raised will form part of the valuable input as we develop the policy moving forward. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I now put a question that a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to promote, protect and preserve traditional seeds in Uganda be adopted with amendments. Those in favor say aye, into the content nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Maurice Arat. Yeah. Yes, I'm Maurice Arat. Yeah. Honorable colleagues, I want to thank you. And please, Honorable Minister, per Rule 220, 3 months. Let's have an action taken report. Committee on Agriculture take up these issues during budgeting. These are some of the issues we should start looking at and ensuring that resolutions of Parliament are implemented. Now, I want to thank you, honorable colleagues, for coming and for staying here. Those of you who have stayed much longer, because when we are handling item number 3, which was reconsidering the returned bill for higher education students financing, we had 186 members, both online and physical. When we were handling item 4, the bill for UNESCO, we had both online and physical, we had 192 members. But now you can see for you, you've been resilient. You're still here. I want to thank you. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2 p.m.